So good morning, everyone. My name is Lidia Dutkiewicz. I'm a legal researcher at the Center of IP and IP Law CT at KU11. And it's my great privilege to open this AI4Media workshop on European AI vision and policy, the future of European AI regulation. And let me say a few words about AI4Media. So AI4Media is a project funded under the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research Innovation Program, and it's composed by 30 partners in the areas of AI and media. And the objectives of this workshop are the following. So first, we want to reflect on the latest European developments in the field of AI regulation, both on the EU level, but also on the Council of Europe level. Then we would also like to assess the relevance of the European Commission proposal on artificial intelligence for the media sector and for the journalists. Then our consortium partners will present their research advances when it comes to both the opportunities and challenges for the use of AI in the media field. And for that, we'll have a very hands-on use cases from Austria, Italy, France, and the Netherlands. And our guest, Matthias Spielkamp from Algorithm Watch, will share his insights on the recent Algorithm Watch campaign on the access to platforms data. And finally, Paul Keller and Alek Tarkowski from Open Future Institute will give a keynote on content filtering algorithms on Article 17 on the copyright directive and on the use of open license datasets for AI training. So that's a very ambitious plan for today, but I have no doubt that our speakers will do an excellent job in tackling those questions. I think there is nothing left to do but to start with our first speaker, Professor Peggy Walke, whom I already invite to share her presentation with us. And in the meantime, I will also mention a few housekeeping rules. So we now start with the first part of the workshop, where we will hear 4 speakers, each giving a talk of approximately 20 minutes. And then we will end with 20 to 30 minutes discussion. And I do invite everyone to already pose your questions in the chat. Please indicate the speaker to whom the question is addressed, because we will deal with the questions collectively at the very end of this first part before the coffee break. I see that the presentation is ready now. Thank you very much. Let me just say that Peggy Walke is a professor of law and technology at KU11, Vice Dean of Research at Leuven Faculty of Law and Criminology, and current research focuses lies with the algorithmic decision making, the ethical legal implications thereof, especially in the human rights aspect. And among many, many things, she is important for our discussion, a vice chair of the HAI, so the Council of Europe's Ad Hoc Committee on Artificial Intelligence. Professor Walke, dear Peggy, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lydia. It's really a pleasure to be here. Can you confirm that you indeed see the slides in the correct mode?
Yes, I confirm.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Since it's still early in the morning, we thought it would be a good idea to start with something a bit more light, offering some more high-level reflections on why we need regulation of AI. Why do we need binding laws on AI? And to offer some reflections on that topic. And the title for the presentation is From Jurassic Park to Westworld, Why Protecting Human Rights in the AI Era Needs More Than an Ethical Compass. So now I have to see if I can. There we go. Now you see the dinosaurs, right? Good. So you probably remember American movie from '93, Jurassic Park, which was based on the novel by Michael Crichton, and which revolved around a theme park where the main attraction were living, breathing dinosaurs created with a mixture of fossilized DNA and genetic crossbreeding and cloning. Now, you may recall, it did not end that well. The dinosaurs managed to break free, and it resulted in chaos. And in a famous scene, Jeff Goldblum, who plays in the movie the chaos theory expert, tells the owner of the dinosaur theme park that your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, namely create dinosaurs from prehistoric DNA, that they didn't stop to think if they should. What's the link between dinosaurs and AI? Both are quite powerful. AI is powerful. Yeah. All know it allows us to advance knowledge in unprecedented ways, to develop powerful tools in basically all sectors of society. And you see some illustrations on the slide here. It can empower people with disabilities, make them hear and see again. It can help us tackle climate change. It is revolutionizing healthcare. Also in the media sphere, and we will hear more about it this morning, AI can be a very powerful tool to the detriment, but also to the benefit of media and information diversity. It's true that artificial intelligence is the engine that pushes fake news out to the masses, but at the same time, machine learning, natural language processing is deployed by certain actors in the market, including also journalists and grassroots initiatives, not only big companies, to assess the truth of articles. AI is used in the transport sector, and also worth mentioning, for instance, are the major advancements in facial recognition technologies. These technologies offer great potential for security at airports, company buildings, critical infrastructures, to check whether you're authorized to enter the premises. They are, however, also increasingly used in streets, where they risk to turn public spaces into places of mass surveillance. And as you can see here on this slide, if you read carefully on the top right corner, smart cameras can not only verify our identity, but also detect our gender, hair color, and what we used to label as race. And even our emotions. Researchers have been actively working on computer vision algorithms that can determine the emotions and the intent of humans, along with making other inferences. Now, they've done that for at least a decade. Facial expression analysis has been around since at least 2003, but only recently machine learning algorithms start to accomplish more accurate affect recognition, identifying a person's emotional state, no longer purely based on looking at a person's face, because then you're missing key information, but also contextual clues, as they call them. In this video that you see appear now on the right, Daniel McDuff, principal researcher at Microsoft and expert in effective computing, explains the potential of this technology. For instance, in educational settings, think of distance learning, where it can improve interaction between teachers and pupils. In medical contexts, to treat patients in hospitals better, as you can swiftly react to their moods. For safety reasons in transport, imagine your car detecting whether you are in a state of distress. McDuff is currently working on CardioLens, a pair of augmented reality glasses that can take your heart rate by looking at your face. Now, he admits that this technology might seem intimidating, and he stresses that we should be able to keep the ability that we have today in everyday life, namely to mask our emotions and to keep our emotion data private. How do you consent when you walk by an advertising billboard in a public street equipped with such technology? This and other examples of what we call empathic media are closely scrutinized by the UK scholar Andy McStay. And he wrote very interesting and sometimes worrying pieces about this. What if this technology becomes so mainstream that the default becomes emotional transparency rather than privacy? Now, I would like to introduce to you two companies, because you may think, well, isn't this all still science fiction? Meet on top of this slide Faceception, an Israeli-based startup, which is selling its facial profiling technology for use in public places like airports, train stations, government, public buildings, and border control areas. They claim that their technology can identify terrorists and pedophiles amongst a crowd of anonymous people. The technology decides whether or not unidentified people pose a threat based on facial imaging. The idea is that the image reveals the person's personality and doesn't rely on identity, social media data, race, class, gender, or phone records, just the face. At the bottom of the slide, you see the Mood Beam, sold by a UK-based company, wearable technology labeled by the BBC as the wristband that tells your boss if you are unhappy. So this wristband has 2 buttons. Press the yellow button if you're happy, the blue one if you're not. So the target audience, as already indicated by the BBC's article, includes employers interested to track the emotional state of their staff, as well as parents who want to follow up on whether their children, especially teenagers, are feeling okay or whether they are struggling. 2 quite sensitive contexts: labor context and relationship parents-children. Consent, right? Moreover, claims made by such companies and the scientists behind it are not always accurate. I'd like to introduce to you someone you undoubtedly already know. This is Joy Bolamwini, a computer scientist and digital activist based at MIT Media Lab, who has worked closely together with Timnit Gebru, the former technical co-lead of Google's ethical artificial intelligence team. And those following this scene may know that her departure at Google provoked quite some controversy. They have tested several facial recognition technology systems on the market and found significant differences with regard to the accuracy of the systems, depending on skin color, depending on gender. You can read all about the results of their research on the website gendershades.org. And such data sets, other forms of biases are widely discussed now in the literature. Also, the claim made by Michael Kosinski from Stanford University that deep neural networks are more accurate than humans at detecting sexual orientation from facial images is hugely contested. The Next Web calls it hogwash, pseudoscientific ridiculousness. Kosinski, however, was invited a couple of years ago by Russia's Prime Minister, Dmitry Medvedev, and his cabinet. And in an interview that Kosinski afterwards gave to The Guardian, he states that he was flattered that the Russian cabinet would gather to listen to him talk. Those guys, he states, struck him as one of the most competent and well-informed groups. They did their homework. They read his stuff. Right, we all know that the Russian politicians are known for their keen interest in science. In January of this year, the same researcher, Kosinski, published a paper indicating that ubiquitous facial recognition technology can expose individuals' political orientation, as faces of liberals and conservatives consistently differ, he says. But doesn't that ring a bell? Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could that they didn't stop to think if they should. But wait, we do think about whether we should, no? At various levels, from individual companies over scientific and industry associations to policy expert groups, ethical guidance has been produced already. Also, UNESCO is working on a global code of ethics for AI. In a recent paper, Effie Vallena and Marcello Inca from ETH Zurich have mapped all this, and they found consistency, also some differences in ethical guidance developed worldwide to lead AI in the right direction. Everybody apparently means well. Is that sufficiently reassuring? Well, in a famous article from 2018, Paul Nemitz, and for those who don't know Paul, he was the principal advisor in DG, or is now the principal advisor in DG Justice and Consumers of the European Commission, and before that, he was the director responsible for fundamental rights and human citizenship, in the capacity in which he was responsible for the reform of the EU data protection legislation. Paul Nemitz calls this whole development of ethical guidance as a move of genius. So we're initially, now the mood is changing, but initially everybody was focusing on we need ethics for AI. And we don't need legislation. Why not? Well, the law will stifle innovation. The law isn't able to develop fast enough. The law isn't precise enough. Well, for those who are a bit around a bit longer, like myself, These are exactly the same arguments that were made in the early days of the internet. And you may remember the Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace by John Perry Barlow, the founder of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, where it was claimed we don't need laws for the internet. This would stifle innovation. And so this whole idea was make it or break it. And if we break things along the way, we'll probably repair them afterwards. But we don't need laws. However, we can easily rebut those claims. First of all, law and innovation are not opposites. Why not? It is precisely the law that secures a marriage between innovation and protection, which helps us distinguish between desirable and undesirable innovation, stimulating the first, preventing the latter. And by the way, the law itself often triggers innovation. Think about all the technological research into privacy-enhancing technologies, price engineering tools, etc. The second claim, that the law isn't able to develop as fast as technology and the business models, is disproved by continued application of good and technology-neutral law that exists in Europe, and by the way, also in the United States. And I refer to the GDPR, even though it has been criticized, it's still criticized, but it is a modern example of technology-neutral law, the meaning and the relevance of which changes with the progress of technology, including through AI. Now, take the notion of personal data itself. According to the definition, this is any information relating to an identified or identifiable natural person. Now, this notion changes with the use of AI self-learning algorithms, data that doesn't directly identify an individual, but allows identifying that individual. Algorithms can constantly analyze nowadays human bodies in movement and even recognizes on the basis of our gesture. Now, that is personal data, because the definition of personal data is sufficiently broad and allows for reinterpretation as technology evolves. And finally, the claim that the law isn't precise enough to regulate complex technology. This is simply, it is an inherent feature of law that law is contestable and interpretable. Yeah? So law is not computer code. It is not only a matter of yes or no, black or white. It is the result of democratic compromise. It is the result of discussions between people forming a majority opinion and laying it down in text that is as precise as possible, but where necessary, open for interpretation. And this is the way we've done it in democracy for hundreds of years already. So if we are no longer able to find compromise in laws, if we lose that ability to negotiate compromise, then we will lose democracy itself. So while the work that has been done through this ethical guidance is very valuable, because these ethical principles that are being identified as key principles for the development of AI, they are the precursors of the law. We needed this period of legal maturation, but now we need to move on. This ethical guidance cannot replace the law. Why? They lack democratic legitimacy, and they also lack the binding nature, which allows enforcement with the power of government and the judiciary. So, simply said, it's time to move on from the ethical or the moral compass to a legal compass. And by the way, even industry agrees. Major companies like Amazon, Microsoft, IBM, they decided to suspend selling certain technology, especially with regard to facial recognition technology, to police departments until a law would be adopted to regulate the technology. And what should be in the law? Nemeth suggests that here we should follow the principle of essentiality. This has guided legislation in constitutional democracies for a very long time. And it means, simply said, that any matter which is sufficient or that is essential because it either concerns fundamental rights of individuals or is important to the state must be dealt with by a parliamentary, democratically legitimized law. What are such essential features? Well, first of all, the law should determine who is liable, who is accountable. Who is speaking? Is it man or machine? So the law should lay down rules that provide transparency, because in democratic discourse, it is a key or of key importance to know whether one's counterpart in a discussion is a human or a machine. Laying down the parameters and the procedures to carry out impact assessments, as well ex ante as ex post of AI systems, should also be laid down by law. How to remain in control, for instance. Coming back on these impact assessments, you may think, isn't this too burdensome? Well, let me say that impact assessments have been standard practice in all areas of sensitive human technology interaction. Think of the pharmaceutical sector. There's not only an extensive duty to test products and procedures of type approval as a precondition of access to the market, but also a duty to follow the effect of the application of the technology or the pharmaceuticals on human beings throughout the lifetime of the product. There isn't such a huge difference between medicine, pharmaceutical products, and certain AI technologies. And such impact assessments can be carried out at different levels, should be carried out at different levels. Parliaments themselves, and they also have a strong tradition in such impact assessments. Technology impact assessment is actually a good tradition of parliaments in Europe and the US since the 70s. We may not always realize that, but in Europe, the parliamentary technology impact assessment grew into standard routine based on the principle of responsibility by Hans Jonas, a German-born American Jewish philosopher. There is, for instance, the EPTA, the European Association for Parliamentary Technology Assessment, which is a network of technology assessment institutions specialized in advising parliamentary bodies in Europe. Secondly, impact assessments should also be carried out by developers and users themselves. Just like architects, by the way, from the outset of designing a house, have to think of compliance with building code. The programmers of AI will have to think from the outset of the program development about how their future program could affect democracy and fundamental rights and the rule of law. And then also at a third level, individuals should be able, who are confronted by AI systems, should be equipped to carry out such an assessment. And therefore they need the tools. They need to be informed that they interact with an AI system and that how it works at a certain level. There should be transparency and explainability of the system. Of course, already today, AI systems do not operate in a legal vacuum. However, the current law does not suffice. There are gaps, and this is something that we looked at within the Council of Europe. And this brings me to what Lydia already mentioned about the Council of Europe. So within the Council of Europe, a lot of, I would call it soft law, so guidance, declarations, recommendations have already been developed on AI. But 2 years ago, the Committee of Ministers decided to establish an ad hoc committee on AI and tasked it with the mission to examine the feasibility and the elements of a legal framework. And so the KAHI, this is the new committee of which I'm the vice chair, has been in the initial phase mapping existing laws to see whether the risks with which we are confronted in the context of AI can be tackled by the existing law. And one of the main conclusions is that there are important gaps. And for instance, the right to explainability, it exists in the context of processing of personal data, but not outside. And there are other important gaps. And so one of the conclusions of KAHI was, let's work towards also a binding instrument that would anchor certain key principles on a transversal level, so for AI systems, irrespective of the sector, into a binding instrument. And this is actually also supported by, on the one hand, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, so that is one of the two political bodies, and the other political body is the Committee of Ministers, which is actually the body to which KAHI is reporting. And they have, at their meeting in Hamburg in May of this year, also envisaged or declared that, in their view, treaty negotiations could start early next year. So this means that at the level of the Council of Europe, we will probably work towards a binding convention, like we had in cybercrime, the Budapest Convention, or like we have for personal data processing, Convention 108. So this is complementary to what we already discussed before the summer, the initiative of the European Commission of the European Union, the proposal for a regulation on AI, published in April of this year. So there are important similarities between the two initiatives. They are not, as some people sometimes claim, in competition with each other. Why not? The European Union and the proposed regulation is, in the first place, an internal market instrument to ensure the free flow of services and goods. And yes, one of the requirements for AI systems to freely travel in the EU will be respected fundamental rights. However, the Council of Europe has as its mandate to uphold fundamental rights, human rights, democracy, and rule of law. So the convention will have as its main focus, how do we ensure democracy, fundamental rights with regard to AI systems? So there's also an important similarity in the so-called risk-based approach. So both initiatives do not want to lay huge burden or burdensome obligations on any kind of AI system. It wants to tackle those that present the largest risks. And this is also the direction in which we're moving with Kahai and our reflection on a possible convention. So one of the ideas will also be to, shouldn't we, for certain AI systems, include the provision of a so-called kill switch for the very high-risk AI systems. Now, to end this presentation, allow me to go back again to science fiction. Such a kill switch is clearly something that they didn't have in the HBO series Westworld. And I know this is science fiction, that we're still far away from general AI, but still, I thought it was a nice, that it might provoke some thoughts here. So such a kill switch is something they didn't have there to stop the Android hosts when they started revolting and escaped from their amusement park to the real world. Now, perhaps a last word on the law. We can and we should have critical remarks with regard to the text that have been put on the table by the European Commission on the one hand, and that will be put on the table next year by the Council of Europe, because there will be scope for polishing, fine-tuning the text of the law, but that criticism should not be existential. The law will not be perfect. And it will be, as it should be, the expression of democratic compromise on how we want or do not want technology shape our future societies. Over and over, society has confirmed the experience that law, and not the absence of law, but the presence of law relating to critical technology, serves the interest of the general public. But also with regard, or in the context of AI, democracy cannot, should not abdicate, in particular not in times when it's under pressure from populists and dictatorships around the world. There can be no all-pervasive, powerful, and decisive technology, whether it's the internet or artificial intelligence, which is not subject to the rules set by democracy and law. I invite all of you to take part in that debate, and I look forward to the discussions at the workshop. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for this very entertaining and informative presentation. I indeed invite everyone to put questions in the chat. We'll tackle them collectively at the end of this session. So please put your questions already. And now, please, let's move to our next speaker, Nathalie Helberger, whom I already invite to share her presentation with us. I'll just say that Nathalie Helberger is a university professor in law and digital technologies affiliated with the Institute for Information Law, IVIR, at the University of Amsterdam. And among many, many things, she is one of the leaders of the Human AI Research Priority Area at the UVA, and also a member of the AI Media and Democracy Lab. Professor Helberger, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Good morning to you all. And thank you, Peggy, for outlining so clear the role that law has to play in not only in promoting innovation, but also creating legal certainty. And as we see in a moment, the lack of legal certainty about what is possible and what is allowed and what is not allowed and what is responsible use and what is not responsible use of AI is one of the major stumbling blocks for implementing AI also in the media. And that is also the title of my presentation: to what extent these proposals on the table right now matter for the topic that we are, of course, also all very interested in here, media and journalism.
I apologize, but we do not see the full screen. We see the.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Maybe we should change the screen or the mode.
Now
Yes,
better?
now,
Yeah.
now better. Yes. First slide.
Thanks for warning me.
Screen.
Okay. So in spring, there was the European High-Level Conference on AI in Journalism organized under the Portuguese presidency, and Commissioner Vera Jourova opened the conference with her keynote, essentially saying that this conference was for me the first time to think deeper about AI in journalism. To me, so far, these were two separate things. In other words, the Commission was working strongly on the AI regulation, but has so far not really laid the link between AI and journalism. In reality, and for insiders, and as you all know, AI, media, and journalism are very far from being two separate things. Finding ways to integrate AI-driven solutions and machine learning techniques into the process of finding and making the news is a vibrant field of experimentation and also investment, and also part of the reasons why we are here. In so doing, AI and AI-driven solutions raise a range of transformative opportunities for journalism, for the media, for journalistic business models, and the democratic role of the press and other medias along the entire news production chain. AI in journalism, as in other sectors, as already Peggy hinted, also raises new and difficult organizational, ethical, and legal questions and challenges for the realization of fundamental rights and the responsible use of technology. The protection of fundamental rights, the human-centric and responsible use of AI technology also is a central ambition of the European AI strategy, with no lesser goal than spearheading the development of new, ambitious global norms.
I apologize again for interrupting, but we still do see the first slide. I just want to make sure that's how it should be.
Perfectly fine. I hope you enjoyed it.
All right. I'm sorry. Just making sure if it works.
Yes, I think it works. So this proposed AI regulation must be the key juncture in the journey towards protecting safety and fundamental rights, and hence ensure trust in the development and uptake of AI. And that essentially refers to this role of law in providing a framework for innovation and legal certainty. So the question that I want to discuss today is the proposed AI regulation and some of the other proposals that are on the table in Brussels right now relevant for the media, and if so, how? I'm sure you're all familiar with the report from Charlie Beckett and his team, where they interviewed news professionals across the globe and asked them to identify the 10 ways how newsrooms expect AI to change journalism. And as you see, that has resulted in a broad list from better personalized distribution of content to the more efficient production of writing and news articles, to dynamic pricing models, but also in the research phase, finding more stories, making better transcriptions, and detecting fake news. So there are many different ways of using AI in journalism, and AI has the potential to change the way we make, consume, and engage with news across all steps in the news production chain. There are a range of applications in the research phase, for example, like BBC Juicer, which is watching every day more than 850 feeds from around the world, scraps and takes and makes news searchable for example, trend analysis, which then can inform users, journalists. The use of AI in fact-checking and detecting deepfakes is increasingly important, also for journalists when researching stories. but also in the production phase. AP, for example, uses NewsWhip to identify trending news stories on social media. And also think of the famous dashboards that are hanging in many newsrooms to inform journalists what articles are trending and how to design the headlines. Many think of AI in journalism. When many think of AI in journalism, they think of robot journalists writing entirely articles autonomously. And indeed, there is experimentation with that already, like the Vojti robot of the Finnish public broadcaster. But also in the engagement phase, when distributing content to users, AI applications already helping innovate the sectors. For example, the Perspective API, that was developed by Jigsaw, part of the Google family, organizes readers' comments and identifies which of these comments are toxic and which not, to help users to navigate the information space. And finally, there, of course, maybe some of you using that already, new ways of engaging and talking to users, for example, through smart speakers. With all these applications, there's also considerable legal uncertainty about the ethical, legal, and professional challenges, including fears about the effects on democracy, fears on public sphere, fears about filter bubbles, algorithmic bias, but also how to interpret core values such as accuracy or diversity in reporting or news distribution, and they hinder the innovation with AI. So will the AI regulation bring us more certainty? The goal, as I mentioned earlier, is to give us harmonized rules for the placing on the market or the putting into service and the use of artificial intelligence system. And AI systems are, in the reading of this draft of the AI regulation, defined very, very broadly as software that is developed with one or more of the techniques and approaches listed in Annex 1, and Annex 1 lists different AI technologies that can, for a given set of human-defined objectives, generate outputs such as content, predictions, recommendations, or decisions, influencing the environments to interact with. So a very broad definition, which essentially, theoretically at least, covers most of the examples of AI application in journalism that I just mentioned, from using AI to detect deepfakes to automated content production, but also recommender systems and chatbots. Peggy already hinted at that the AI regulation is adopting a risk-based approach. There's a small category of AI applications that are considered so problematic for fundamental rights in society that they're deemed unacceptable and shall be vanished within the European Union. Although, as Wiel and Borghi just rightly point out, the examples listed in this category are so fantastic that they're probably not really practical applications. More relevant is the larger category of high-risk AI, which are AI systems that considered to pose so high risk to the health and safety of fundamental rights and natural persons or functioning of natural persons in society, that there is a whole very detailed list of very concrete obligations with regard to the quality of data sets, data management, but also the technical documentation, record keeping, transparency, provision of information to users, human oversight and interfaces, but also things like accuracy and cybersecurity. And these provisions distinguish between the providers of AI system, those that building the system, the users of the system, and consumers. And the large part of the high-risk provisions are actually directed at the providers of AI systems, so those producing, developing, and setting into the market these systems. Then you have a third category of moderate risk AI, where the Commission says that these AI systems can produce risks for human rights and users, but these risks are actually manageable provided we give users sufficient information. And I will come to these later. And then there is the low risk category of AI, all other risk or application areas of AI that are not qualified at high risk, unacceptable risk, or moderate risk, which are largely left unregulated. So what is about the many AI applications in the media I mentioned? None of them is listed as a high-risk AI, so therefore there are, under this current draft, largely left unregulated under the AI regulation, which does not mean that they could not fall under other areas of law, such as the GDPR or the Unfair Commercial Practice Directive. Right now, for the media and applications of AI in the media, the most relevant provision is probably Article 52 of the draft AI regulation, which essentially is the chatbot provision. It asks that providers should ensure that AI systems that are intended to interact with natural persons or consumers are designed and developed in such a way that these consumers are informed that they're interacting with an AI system. Essentially, you should know whether you talk to a man or machine, as one of the core principles that should be in an AI regulation that Peggy already mentioned. So concretely, this means that if a media organization uses a virtual assistant to interact with its readers, that system would need to be designed in a way to inform readers about the fact that it's an AI and not AI, not a human they're communicating with. Note that this is an obligation for the provider of the system, so those developing the systems. So if a media organization, for example, uses a system developed by a third party, it would be up to the developer of the system to design the necessary interface that discloses the fact that it's a virtual agent and give this information. The provision does not apply to the user of the system. Seeing the broad definition of AI systems, the provision could potentially also apply, for example, to news recommender systems. Having said so, overall, the transparency requirements are rather minimal compared to the far more far-reaching obligations of explainability, for example, under the GDPR and also the envisaged draft DSA. What is not required is to give users information about, for example, the quality or reliability of the information presented, whether it's biased or not, and whether it has been verified, fact-checked, or is free from manipulation. So a rather minimal transparency in regulation. Insofar, the AI regulation deals only with a very limited set of ethical concerns regarding the use of chatbots and virtual agents. The second provision that is probably most relevant for the use of AI in media and journalism right now is the deepfake provision, which essentially asks users, and here's the users of an AI system, that generate or manipulate image or audio or video that resemble existing persons shall disclose that the content has been artificially generated or manipulated. To the extent that media are producers of deepfakes, in the sense that they use them, for example, for presenting, reporting, they're probably covered by the media exception that is also part of this provision. So probably the most relevant application of this part of the regulation is to protect society, but also journalists from deepfakes and the increasing proliferation of advanced fake news. The problem with this provision is in the enforcement, because the most problematic instances of deepfakes are probably used by users who have strong motivations not to disclose the fact. So again, it is a bit unclear how transparency alone, first of all, can help regulatory authorities to enforce the provision, but also to protect consumers, us essentially, from the considerable potential psychological, financial, and societal harms that deepfakes can create. So you may wonder of this premise of the Commission that there are certain systems of moderate risk indeed can sufficiently be dealt with transparency. you just heard from me that recommenders and automated content moderation in the media is not a high-risk AI, which raises questions of how this regulation relates to other pieces of AC regulation where these systems are actually classified as high risks. So when we look in another draft that is on the table right now, the famous Digital Service Act, DSA, actually there the use of content moderation system, recommender systems, and systems for automatically selecting, for example, advertisement, are considered potential sources of systemic high risk for human rights and societies, provided that they are operated by very large online platforms. So this raises important questions about how the AI regulation relates to other pieces on the regulatory agenda right now, and whether it will create different systems of high risk. But it also indicates that the use of content moderation recommendation systems is not immune from ever ending up on the list of high-risk AI if the Commission will find that they eventually create high risk to the realization of fundamental rights. So what that means for journalism and media. For AI systems that fall under the regulation will have an important function in setting standards of responsible use of AI. It will provide legal certainty and also exonerate AI providers and users from responsibility as long as they comply with its rule and industry standards. So it has important standard setting and a role of providing legal certainty, which does not apply for all those forms of AI use that do not fall under the high-risk provision or the AI regulation. For example, use of AI in the media. But even for the systems that do not fall under this list of high-risk AI, like the use of AI in the media, the draft regulation can be expected to concretize and set new society expectations and standards of good professional practice and responsible use of AI. And in that respect, also will very likely matter for the use of AI in media and journalism. Many of the AI ethics guidelines that we have right now and that have informed the implementation of AI so far are very high level and contain very abstract references to things like transparency, explainability, privacy, data management, or human oversight, without really explaining how to concretize this and operationalize this, which the regulation arguably does. And we can have discussions whether it does it in a good way or whether there's room of improvement, but it does concretize this very abstract standards of transparency, human oversight, and so forth. So I believe that the regulation will inevitably accelerate a process of critical reflection of what these principles will mean in practice, also in the media. For example, the critical relevance of responsible data governance for the successful incorporation of AI systems was observed by the EBU, European Broadcasting Union, already as very critical for the use of AI in the media. And that's exactly what the regulation does. There's also a growing recognition that the design of AI systems in the media to provide journalists with interfaces that allow them to exercise meaningful control and eventually also to trigger the quick kill switch if something goes wrong is also very important for the AI use of AI in journalism. And again, this is something that the regulation does talk about. Biases in data sets is a problem also in the journalism sector. And again, this is also one of the areas where the AI regulation gives guidance. So even if it's at the moment use of AI in the media not directly, if the regulation is not directly applicable to the use of AI in the media, it will set a standard. And as a matter of fact, for all the systems that are not falling under the category of high risk AI, the Commission in the regulation very actively encourages and commits to facilitating for all those that do not fall under the regulation to foster the voluntary application of the provisions of the AI regulation to systems other than high risk of the requirements set out in that regulation, for example, through codes of conduct. And also in media and journalism, we see an emerging area of codes of conduct of the ethical use of AI. We can, I think, have a lot of discussions, and I hope we have a lot of discussions to what extent these concrete standards actually work and are implementable, and also from a technical perspective feasible. One major criticism that we need to be aware of when talking media AI regulation is that most of the provisions in the regulation are directed to the providers of these systems and the designers of the systems, and not the users. For example, media organizations using third-party AI. For the users, the regulation essentially determines that they should follow the instructions of the providers. And a lot of these provisions does apply to the design of the systems. And one of the big challenges here I see is the failure to understand the bigger context in which journalism and the media apply AI. And as one of the interviews in the Beckett AI News report said, the biggest mistake I've seen in the past is treating the integration of tech into a social setting as a simple IT question. In reality, it's a complex social process. So also, and what we see with many of the emergent legal framework is that they very much concentrate on the technology itself, the system itself. What we, moving forward, need to take more into account is the broader organizational and socioeconomic context in which the systems are implemented and are expected to function. I just mentioned briefly that if we talk about regulation, let's make sure that we not only talk about the AI regulation, because there are many other relevant proposals on the table. For example, like the Digital Service Act, which defines under which conditions AI systems like content moderation recommenders can be a threat to human rights and society, although primarily when in the hands of very large online platforms. But here we also see that there will be important implications for media and journalism, for example, in relation to the regulation of recommender systems and creating more equal legal playing field between platforms and the use of AI, for example, in newsrooms. Other regulations that I very briefly mentioned, but in the course of our discussions and this project we might want to look deeper into is, of course, the Digital Market Act, which must level the negotiation power and also the competitive standing of media organizations that use AI vis-a-vis large platforms of one of the main suppliers and users of AI technology. The Data Governance Act, which will ideally create an environment that is conducive to the sharing and distribution of more training data, which could be especially important for smaller newsrooms and independent innovation in, for example, local journalism with AI. And a number of funding opportunities as part of the European Democracy Plan. So in conclusion, use of AI in the media may not classify it as high-risk AI in the regulation, except when used by very large online platforms. Right now, the clearest provisions are provisions on transparency vis-a-vis chatbots and deepfakes, although if you look closer at them, they're probably of limited practical consequence. However, the draft regulation is likely to set off a discussion of what is responsible use of AI and the role of regulation, and it will have a role in concretizing these very high-level ethical principles and make them work also in a professional context. But what we really need, and what we need from you and everybody who's working with these technologies, whether from a technical or a market side or another professional side, is input how we can make sure that these rules really work in practice. And so in that sense, I'm very much looking forward to the discussion also along the lifetime of this project, and hope that these insights that we generate here will actually help us to make better rules for AI in the media. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it was extremely relevant. I suggest we now move to first of our guest talk by Muriel Serurier-Scheper, who is an expert in data and artificial intelligence with a background in psychology. She has worked for Rabobank, Shell. Currently, she works for Heineken, and she's also the author of the book titled Artificial Intelligence in Action, and she leads Media Perspectives AI Field Labs. Dear Muriel, please, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Hello. Okay, let me. You see my screen well?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, perfect. All right. Yeah, indeed, you gave already an introduction about me, but that was a nice introduction. But I always like to get myself being introduced by AI as well. So I put the similar picture into image recognition tools. One says I'm a female of 39 years, luckily without facial hair. The other one says I'm 45. It's still in between, but you see they're almost in the area, but it's never really correct. And what you see on the right side is actually my personality according to Watson Personality Insights. Watson looked at my past Twitter feed, and based on that, it says I have a personality like this. And you also see here, like on the big five, the scores of myself. If that's really true, I'll leave that to others, but that's at least how AI views me. So what have I done? So I work also for Media Perspectives, and Media Perspectives in the Netherlands is an organization that helps media companies in one part to give them training and to make sure people are up to date with what's going on in the media sector. And other sides, they try to help them to innovate, and not on their own, but bring different media companies together to innovate in different projects. And in 2019, we started artificial intelligence field labs based on input from different media companies, of which they stated, well, these are subjects we are willing to work on together with our competitors, so to speak. And we started these AI field labs because what we noticed, and you've probably noticed yourself, is that AI is being applied more and more in the media sector and also in the Dutch media sector. You see tools that can evaluate how good is a commercial, articles that are being generated automatically. So it shows from each little village in the Netherlands, for example, what their outcomes of polls were for the government polls, and wrote articles about it. We see news article recommendation, video recommendation, of course, predictions of how many people are going to view our programs, tools that can give feedback to responses of people who write something on, give a review of an article, and also promo generation, and many more things. But so we saw these different tooling, so we started talking with these media companies. And one of the things that came up with and was actually the field lab with the most people, that was about ethical guidelines for responsible usage of AI in the media sector. And apparently these teams that were working on AI started to realize also that, hey, what we're doing has an impact on our viewers, our public, do we always take the right decisions? We of course make sure we are within the legal boundaries, but what we do, what kind of effect does that have on the public, and is that what we want, and what's the long-term effect? So people were already in the data science departments, for example, starting to become aware of this. And so we started this field lab, and amongst others, like the NPO, RTL, Beeld en Geluid, but also a couple of universities of applied sciences were in this group. And together we started on a journey. And what was that journey? That journey started first with, well, why do we want this actually? Why would we like to have ethical guidelines for the media sector? And as you could see, it was pre-corona time. We were stuck in a room, very closely sitting to each other, and started discussing that. And what came out is that well, we saw there are already many guidelines being drawn up by European institutions, different companies, but yeah, they're all a bit similar, but there's no real consensus. So we said, well, let's at least for the media sector in the Netherlands try to get some consensus. And on the other hand, they said also like, well, you know, if we look internally, I think it would be good to have some general awareness about this theme. It would also give us more freedom in a sense. If we know these are the guidelines, we know where to operate within. Because now there's nothing. So yeah, there's always a question, am I doing this right? Is this allowed or not? And if we set something, it helps us. And what was also mentioned is, yeah, we buy AI technologies, but yeah, our people in the purchasing department, they need some guidelines too. So this could help. And on the other hand, we looked in the external space and we saw, yeah, it would be good if we apply these technologies. Yes, let's make sure that at least the most vulnerable are protected. And yeah, there's so many in politics in the European Union, but also in Netherlands, there's talks about, yeah, maybe should we regulate this? And well, maybe it's good if we start first as a signal instead of waiting for regulation to come. And maybe this can also help us in shaping collaboration with larger platforms by setting a standard, and maybe that can help us. So these were the initial thoughts why we started this. Well, then second session, we were actually talking about what is ethics actually, and what do we experience already. And luckily, we had also one of the professors of one of the applied universities who is specialized in this. She gave us a lecture on AI, and just for everyone roughly to say, it's thinking about doing the right thing, and the central question is, what is the right thing to do in this specific situation? And there's not a good or a bad answer. It's just a conversation and yeah, getting that answer. And so after the lecture that we had, we asked the people, oh, what did you experience yet? And one of the examples, for example, that came out is that someone said, well, we are working on we have a website where we put news articles, and we want to personalize that. And we wanted to think whether or not we should add postal codes as that we know that what is the postal code of someone in order to yeah, recommend certain articles, yes or no. And what he said is that, well, in these discussions about this project, we mainly focused on legislation. What is allowed, what are we allowed to do according to GDPR? There was actually no time about, you know, what is actually the impact of this product, of this feature that we are offering? And is this what we want to offer? Is this good for our viewers or not? And in the end, in their project, they choose to anonymize all the data, but that were mainly because of legal considerations, no ethical considerations. And in hindsight, he really missed that kind of discussion. And that's just a discussion. He said, we should have these discussions in advance and not afterwards when we implement something. Another example that came up was that a company said, well, we purchased facial recognition technology from a supplier, but later on we found out that this supplier is also selling this to China. Do we want, because we helped to train the models because of the usage of this technology, do we want that? Do we want to stimulate that this in China people are better recognized because we help to train the models of this company? So, and we know in China, privacy is something else than that is in the Netherlands. So complete different examples and very valuable discussions to have. Well, the next phase, what we did is we started to evaluate existing guidelines. And as I said in the beginning, there are already many. And we also invited a couple of experts who have been working on these different guidelines to tell us what the process was, why they made certain choices. And we looked at the following 5, of course, the EU codes, but there were also an ethical code, AI for the Nederland ICT. Also, the Utrecht Data School has created a nice tool to work with when you are on projects with AI. So we looked at all of them and got ourselves informed. And based on that, we said, okay, we feel that the guidelines set by the EU, that is what we should take as a basis for our declaration that we are wanting to make. And also because it is expected that there will not only be guidelines, but in the end also legislation from the EU. So let's make sure that we adhere to already what is there, so then we the highest chance that we already fulfill what is needed. So we started the co-creation process, and so we looked at the framework for trustworthy AI from the European Union, and as you might know or not, there's a couple of chapters, and the first chapter goes really about the foundations and the ethical principles, so respect for human authority, no prevention of harm, fairness and explicability. And the second one goes about, okay, these are the foundations, but then to realize, how do you realize trustworthy AI? And things like make sure there's transparency, there's accountability, human oversight, etc. And the last chapter is about assessing that you are indeed trustworthy. And we took this as a basis for what we started to create. And here you see a little bit more about the different chapters, what they entail. Please feel free to look it up on the EU. It's in all kinds of languages, so we used also the Dutch version for our declaration of intent. So what will we do? We created the declaration of intent for trustworthy AI, and as I said, the chapters in our declaration match the chapters that are in the EU document. And what we did is actually the first part of each paragraph was a copy of what was in the European document. So there's a summary of chapter 1 in the EU document. We took the Dutch translation and put that in there. Secondly, what we did is translated that to the Dutch media industry. So what would be the addition or extra that we would like to add. And the third part of each chapter was examples of different media companies relating to this chapter. So what were they already doing? And that we did for each chapter. That was the idea. That has been quite some work. It seems really easy, but bringing all these media companies and also these universities of applied science in alignment with each other on what to write and not, and how to set it up, that's been very challenging. But in the end, in March 2021, we were able to let 3 media companies sign this declaration of intent for the use of AI in media. And we were very pleased by that. And next, we started to inform other media companies about it and said, hey, this is what we've created with a large group of people. Would you, as a media company, be interested in also signing this declaration? And currently, we have now 15 media companies that signed the declaration. And the declaration can be found on the website of Media Perspective. So what we told is the media companies, please go to the site, sign up, and leave your name, of course, who you are, but also share an example of how you are currently already using AI in your organization, or how you already apply responsible AI in your organization. So on the website, you will also find all these different examples of what is already being used, so that it's not only a static thing with a signature, but that you also get a bit of a feeling who is doing what already. And yeah, it's a nice resource. if I look at this whole process, what has been challenges and lessons learned? Well, it's been very challenging to balance between public broadcasters and commercial broadcasters. There's a complete different view of how to, for example, if you look in recommendations, the public organization is looking really how can we be as diverse as possible in our recommendations of, for example, new videos, while some more commercial platform is how can we make sure people stick as long to our videos and are not really concerned about making it as different as possible. But we had very open discussions about it. We knew about this in advance, so we had to balance that constantly. When we had like the basic text from the group that we worked on, we next had to go to the legal departments of these different media companies to get them on board as well. And as you might imagine, that's challenging too, because every little word which we thought, well, what's the problem, could mean something. Yeah, but maybe this is too much of this or what. So we had almost have to weigh every word or every sentence that was written and rewrite it again, and then get, in this instance, 3 media legal departments of 3 media companies in alignment. Also commercial, public valuing, taking that into consideration. So conclusion, to get everybody board, it took quite a while, but we did manage. So we did want to have this, and luckily also the CEOs of the different companies, they were in alignment that we should have this. So they also, the legal partners, knew we need to find a way to make this work. And what was also very valuable for us is that we did not only have media companies in there, but also different people from universities of applied sciences who had really the expertise in this field. And that really helped, and that brought also the discussions and also the writing of the text, I think, to a higher level. So we did not only have people, so we had a mixture of people really in the field building AI solution versus experts that are more on a other level thinking about this subject. And besides that, we created this declaration of intent. We also were able to start or apply for a subsidy, money to start a research program for 3 years, where different applied sciences organizations and different media companies will work together on a program about how to design responsible AI for media applications. So really starting, how can you make sure in reality that you are working on responsible AI, and what kind of tooling is required for that, for the media industry to do so. And that's of course, we're very happy that we got that assignment, and as we speak, this program is starting up. That's what I wanted to share. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much for this great presentation. If there are questions to Nuria, indeed, I invite everyone to put them in the chat. I hope we'll be able to tackle them after the Matthias presentation. And now I would like to move to Matthias. Matthias Spielkamp is a co-founder and executive director of Algorithm Watch, which is a non-profit advocacy and research organization focused on consequences of algorithmic decision-making on societies. And among other things, Matthias serves on the governing board of the German section of Reporters Without Borders, and at the advisory council of the Whistleblower Network. Matthias, thank you for being with us. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure.
Perhaps while we wait, we could answer a few questions from the audience.
Very, very good suggestion, Filarity. Many thanks. So indeed, we have already quite some questions in the chat. So first of all, the first one is for Professor Walke. Would you expect the new AI convention to include some new digital rights? So the convention, the Council of Europe. Professor Walke.
Okay. So first of all, a convention is an agreement that states enter into and hence in the first place contains obligations for states. Those obligations are then usually formulated along the lines of contracting parties commit to put in place rules with regard to this or this, or ensure that this or this happens. Now, within that framework that we need to work, we indeed anticipate the creation of certain rights for individuals. States have to ensure that individuals have the right to do this or that. To give a few examples, the right to have an effective remedy when they are being confronted with an automated decision-making system, or the right to be informed that they interact with an AI system rather than with a human, and the right to choose to interact with a human being. So that kind of rights are being discussed, and there is large support. In the working groups, we've also discussed, I would say, more innovative rights, like the right to digital integrity, the right to digital identity, but there seems to be less support or political support, because you have to understand that in order to come to a text that can be accepted by all the 47 member states of the Council of Europe, and that also includes the Russian Federation, Turkey, Norway, Switzerland, the United Kingdom. So it's quite a territorial coverage, or the different populations that we bring together in the Council of Europe. You sometimes need to make compromises.
Indeed. I don't know if Lydia has back her audio back, and I see Matthias is here.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you very much, Naomi, and I apologize for this technical problems. Matthias, please, let's try again.
Yeah, it was apparently on my side. I was listening from the start and everything was fine. And when I started to share my presentation, it said it's not going to work. And I now exported it to a PDF, and I'm going to try again. But if it doesn't work, we'll just have to do without the presentation. So keep your fingers crossed that it works now.
All right.
Let me see. Okay, so you see it and you can still see
Yes.
me, I hope. So I'll just give it a shot then.
Great.
Okay, thanks a lot for the invitation. Gatecrashing the Platform's Party, Data Access Between Self-Defense and Red Herring. That is the title of my presentation, and it's a case study, and I will dive right into it. But first of all, I'd like to tell you what Algorithm Watch is. As was already said, we watch, unpack, and explain the effects of algorithmic systems on justice, fairness, equality, individual autonomy, and the public good. We also call out misuse and advocate for their benevolent application, because we think that these algorithmic systems must be used to benefit the many, not the few. And I'll tell you what this has to do with the project that we are talking about, or the case study. But it's also important when we're talking about civil society organization, where does the money come from? How independent are we? We claim that we are very independent in the sense that we receive money from private foundations and some public money from the German ministries for education and research and for the environment. And you can see the list here, and you can also see that in our transparency report on our website. We do not accept any funding from companies like Google or Facebook. Now, how do we frame the issue of these algorithmic systems? We use automated decision-making instead of artificial intelligence, because we do think, though it has its own complications, it's a better framework, because these algorithmically controlled automated decision-making, or in many cases so far, decision support systems, are procedures in which decisions are initially delegated to another person or corporate entity, who then in turn use automatically executed decision-making models to perform an action. Now, this sounds pretty complex, and it certainly is, but why this is important to us is because we say the human is always in control, not only if there is a human in the loop, but the human is always in control because we design and deploy such systems. And this, of course, also is true for recommender systems and the like. And these ADM systems are also always socio-technical systems. This is also what was discussed today by Peggy, but also by Natalie. And by saying that these systems, by saying systems in itself, instead of just technologies, we would like to point to the fact that we need to take a holistic approach here, because these ADM systems are the socio-technical frameworks that encompass this decision-making model I talked about, an algorithm that translates the model into the code and the data that this code uses as an input, but also the political and economic environment surrounding its use, because you can never take them out of context. I think facial recognition is a great example for this, or also other kinds of biometric recognition, because when you're talking about accuracy, for example, of the technological model, it doesn't say a lot about is it used to unlock your phone, or is it used for surveillance in public spaces? So this is why we argue that we need to take this holistic approach to this. And our goal, of course, is that ADM systems benefit individuals and society, because we are not against the use of such systems. We would like to see them applied well. Now, coming to the case study, it's about the Governing Platforms project. That was a project actually that went on for 18 months and is finalized, finished now, but we continue the work on it. It is funded by Civitatis, which is a group of funders that are organized in the network of European foundations. So our question at the outset was, how can we make platforms more accountable while at the same time protect users' rights and collective interests? Because there are a lot of individual rights and collective interests at stake here: freedom of thought, conscience and religion, freedom of expression, of assembly and association, but also the right to an effective remedy and prohibition of discrimination. So we need to align all these things. So it is not really an option to say, let's just abandon these platforms, which is not a realistic political option anyways, but it would also not be something that we would advocate for. We need to guarantee that there is a healthy public sphere and that it remains so. So what did we do? We call ourselves an evidence-based advocacy organization. So evidence gathering is very important for us, usually as a first step to build recommendations onto this. So we had studies done by our colleagues from the University of Mainz and the Mainzer Medieninstitut. One on the question communication study. Are algorithms actually a threat to democracy? The rise of intermediaries a challenge for public discourse? Then also a legal study, which is called Designing Platform Governance, a normative perspective on needs, strategies, and tools to regulate intermediaries. All of these are available in English, of course, and on our website. And then a third one that we called Operationalizing Research Access and Platform Governance, what to learn from other industries, which was done at the University of Amsterdam. By a team of researchers there. And this is what already developed out of the progress of the project, because we understood that there needs to be a tangible and realistic way to grant access to the platform's data for researchers. And what we then did is, based on this evidence, we produced a set of recommendations that is called Putting Meaningful Transparency at the Heart of the Digital Services Act, Why Data Access for Research Matters and How We Can Make It Happen. And this was something that was signed by 46 civil society organizations and a number of very prominent academic researchers from around the globe. And this is what we put to the European Commission while they were working on the draft of the DSA. Because we wanted to increase the transparency of these systems, establish public registers for ADM systems, which does not play too much a role in this aspect here, but also introduce the legally binding data access frameworks to support and enable public interest research. And of course, it's not enough to just put out these recommendations. I need to add these. Create a meaningful accountability framework and develop and establish approaches to effectively audit algorithmic systems, also to support civil society organizations as watchdogs of the automated society. The strategy that we choose after producing these recommendations was, first of all, to submit our positions to the EU consultations on the Digital Services Act. Of course, that's what you need to do. But we also created and organized events with all relevant stakeholders addressing policymakers. And of course, the platforms were part of this. So in November of, at the end of October, we presented these recommendations. And at the beginning of November, we had an event where Margret Vestager gave a keynote. And we were actually pretty surprised by how many of our recommendations she included in her keynote, asking for such things to be implemented in the draft of the Digital Services Act. I mean, it's very clear. I'm not going to tell you that we were the only ones. Of course, there were many other organizations and also academics who were asking for these provisions at the time. So we were one of the many voices who were calling for that. And she said things like, we want to protect our democracy by making sure that platforms are transparent about the way these algorithms work and make those platforms more accountable for the decisions they make. That, of course, was, in our opinion, a great success, that we were able to solicit this response by the commissioner. And then the DSA was presented, and in the DSA we have this now sort of famous Article 31 on data access and scrutiny that says that upon a recent request from the Digital Services Coordinator, very large online platforms, meaning platforms with more than 45 million users in the European Union, shall, within a reasonable period, specified in the request, provide access to data to vetted researchers who meet the requirements and so on, for the sole purpose of conducting research that contributes to the identification and understanding of systemic risks that are set out in Article 26. And I would like to also highlight the point 4 of this article. In order to be vetted, researchers shall be affiliated with academic institutions, be independent from commercial interests, have proven records of expertise in the field, and so on and so forth. So first of all, we thought this was a great success on the one hand. On the other hand, we think it has major limitations that we still need to correct. And that's why we continue to publish on the issue and said that the DSA proposal is indeed a good start, but policymakers must ensure that it has teeth. And part of that is that while we were thrilled that these vetted academics will be provided, I mean, if it is adopted in the end with pathways to scrutinize data from large platforms, we are very concerned that the rules limiting data access to academic institutions are overly restrictive because, for example, it means that journalists or civil society organizations like ourselves, we would not have access to this data. But also there is this important aspect, and we already talked about the data protection and privacy protection today with the GDPR, that there are data access provisions that are privacy respecting and GDPR compliant. This is why we had this study or expertise done on the question of how can it be done if we want to do it. And meanwhile, and this is also one of our strategies that, let's say, we always follow, is that we do journalistic research and try to probe these algorithms in practice by our Towards a Monitoring of Instagram project that was supported by CEDEN and Adesco. And what did we do there? We provided a plugin for browsers that users were able to download from Algorithm Watch, install on their computers, and have and collect data of their Instagram feeds that was then donated to us. It was supplied to us, and we were able to analyze it. And the first experiment we did with that was something that we would argue is political, but it didn't have anything to do with elections or party politics. It was more the question of how does Instagram deal with naked skin, and does it incentivize people, especially influencers who are making money on the platform, to show a lot of bare skin, which in our opinion is the case. So the story was undressed or fail Instagram's algorithm strong arms users into showing skin, which was actually picked up globally because it was one of the first experiments trying to find indications for how the Instagram algorithm works. Now, the second one we did was more about politics in the sense of party politics and elections, because it was done in the Netherlands, and it was done in collaboration with Grüne Amsterdammer, Pointer, and NOS. And what we did there was we looked at politicians' profiles and how their posts were weighed. And one of the results was that politicians can actually do well on Instagram, but not if they post political posts, but usually if they post private posts with a lot of images of themselves doing sports or being together with their family and so on and so forth. Facebook's reaction, because of course we asked them about this, was as usual. We reviewed the report and found a number of issues with the methodology. The report fundamentally misunderstands how Instagram works and fails to emphasize that people see posts from the account they choose to interact with. Yeah, of course, no, we did not understand this. Despite of all this, we go even further to deeply study algorithmic fairness and work with academics and other experts to help keep bias out of our algorithms. Sure you do. And because we wanted to still scrutinize whether that was true, we started another project, and that is a German one dealing with the current elections we have here at the moment. We did this with Süddeutsche Zeitung, which is one of the major news media in Germany. So it's very similar to the other, to the one that we did in the Netherlands. We are looking at the posts of politicians. The results are not published yet, but they will be published either tomorrow or the day after. So have a look or look out for this. And then we received a message from Facebook that said, we respectfully request that you take the following steps to address this issue to ensure compliance with our terms. Remove the extension, download from your website and Chrome store, stop collecting data by deactivating the installed extensions, and delete the data you've obtained via the extension. You must ask that you take these steps, or you may be subject to additional enforcement action. Now, that was during my vacation. That was during my colleague Nicholas, who ran the project, and the journalistic research was on parental leave. So to make the story short, we decided, okay, we're not going to go to court against Facebook at this time. But what happened then was that the NYU Ad Observatory case blew up again, because they had already received a cease and desist letter. But now Facebook disabled access for the researchers into the political ad targeting. And to my personal surprise, this got a ton of headlines in the United States, because, as I said, they had already received a cease and desist letter. So I was a little surprised that this was now the reason why there was so much talk about it. But then we decided that we, and then the FTC said, you know what, the reasoning that Facebook uses is actually not correct. They are saying they need to protect privacy and adhere to our guidelines, and they publicly stated that they are basically misinterpreting this, and they are arguing that the FTC is requiring them to do these actions, which they are actually not. So that was then the point where we said, okay, we need to do something about it and tell people in Europe, especially policymakers on the European level, that this is not just happening in the US, it's also happening in Europe. So we published a story on this, and we asked people to sign an open letter asking again for giving the DSA teeth and enhancing or strengthening these provisions for data access on the platforms. And that was actually very successful. We received more than 6,000 individual signatures, and also 35 organizations joined our call. And we then send it to Brussels and Strasbourg. And this is a video that I wanted to show, but of course this doesn't work in a PDF, so we have to do without it. We actually send it out in paper form as well, because it makes more impression if they have 6,000 signatures on their desk instead of just a PDF. And I can tell you that at the moment we receive a lot of requests for calls with people from the European Parliament and member states, and we'll see what happens. And this is what I wanted to present to you today. If you want to subscribe to our newsletter, please do so. You will be also informed about the outcome of the current Facebook experiment. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Matthias. It was a great case study. And now I would like to open the floor. Please, if there are questions to Matthias or to our previous speakers, please raise your hand and ask the questions. Please, the floor is open for the discussion.
Just as a quick remark, because I had to reconnect, I lost the chat, so I can't see the questions that were posed before. I mean, they were probably not to me anyways, but so you know.
Yes, let me have a look. We do have still some questions to Professor Walke. In the meantime, please post questions to other speakers. I see the question now from Yanis. Yanis, on impact assessments and certification, would you like to ask the question yourself, to unmute and go ahead with that? If not, I can read it out.
You can read it there, Lydia.
Okay, go ahead. I will read the question. So Yanis asks, impact assessment, certification of AI approaches, etc., will require formal certification bodies. How do you think this can be implemented? Have one or limited number of EU central organizations, national ones, or a distributed, independent, approved network of organizations? Please.
So the answer to this is that we will probably have a mix. I think have one central institution at the EU level would create a huge backlog. So what is usually done in technological fields, and we've seen the same in telecoms, for instance, is that enforcement is mainly a national issue, but then in EU legislation, the requirements for those bodies that implement and oversee the implementation, there are certain requirements laid down about independence, for instance, and the fact that they should have sufficient resources. So if you take a look at the proposed AI regulation, you will see that about half of the text, half of the articles are actually dedicated to explaining how the standardization conformity assessment process should take place. The conformity assessment will be a matter of so-called notified bodies. So these can be private organizations which have been given a kind of authorization by the notifying authority. And this is an institution that member states should designate. All member states should designate this is the authority responsible for notifying the bodies that can actually carry out, that we trust to carry out these assessments. And so such a notifying authority can be the normalization institution that exists in all the member states. Now, that is for, I would say, the ex ante assessment, in order then to oversee whether the rules are being respected. Also there, the proposed AI regulation talks about how to do that with the articles on the national competent authorities. All the member states should put in place national competent authorities. I think in many member states, this might be the data protection authorities, but it doesn't necessarily have to be those. This is discretion of member states to decide. But then these national competent authorities, there will be at the EU level a forum where they can meet. This is called, I think, the AI board, the European AI board. So where they meet and can talk about converging solutions. Now, will this be a system that is 100% so to speak, waterproof, or that's no problems will arise? I think what we learn from the experience in data protection is that if you have at the national level certain authorities that are less equipped, less resourced, or less keen on enforcing the rules on market actors, that then issues may arise. I think we all know that I'm talking here about the Irish authority, who is often criticized within the EDPB for not taking sufficient action against certain actors. And then it's a matter of putting political pressure. And this is also a way, sometimes informal ways of political pressure or diplomacy are also means to ensure that rules are being implemented. So this is for the EU. When we look at the level of the Council of Europe, a convention is usually less detailed when it comes to enforcement procedures, but to a large extent, but since 27 of the members of the Council of Europe are members of the European Union and will have these rules put in place on enforcement through the EU regulation, and this will already be a good basis to start from. And then there will be attempts or other members of the Council of Europe will be invited to put in place similar procedures. Now, what we also discussed at the level of the Council of Europe is a mechanism that is well known in the pharmaceutical sector, the so-called pharmacopoeia. If you don't know it, you can Google it. This is actually the quality or the document that it lays down quality standards for medicines at the level of the Council of Europe, and it's also followed by members or states outside the Council of Europe. So we've been discussing whether it's feasible or not to put in place something similar, a kind of authority that would oversee the quality of AI systems. But I think it's for the moment entirely unclear whether there is political support for such an idea. This is something that will be discussed in the years to come.
Thank you very much. I see now two questions to Matthias from Professor Helberger. If you'd like to ask the question yourself, please go ahead. If not, I will read it out loud. All right. So the question is, yeah.
Sorry, I thought everyone was able to see the chat, but the question, I will take the questions in reverse order, because first Akis asks what exactly was the ground for Facebook to threaten us. And it's their terms of service, and the terms of service say that we are not allowed, now put in a nutshell, to scrape the website. We say, first of all, we don't scrape the website, as you rightly state, because the data is collected by the users and then donated to us. So that would have been the very, very interesting question to clarify in the courts. And we hope we'll get another chance, with another experiment. But with very important cases like this, you also have to be sure that you have a good case. And here, it was actually the case that data was collected from parties who did not consent to the collection, because that is what you find on people's Instagram feeds. Now, we argue that we have very good grounds to also collect this data, but not to analyze it, only because it is impossible to not collect it, and we discarded it immediately, and that is all documented. So we would argue it was fine from data protection perspectives, but as I said, that was a risk also from a legal perspective, that a court could have decided that this was a more problematic case than in any other case where Facebook would actually argue that their terms of service apply, where we would say, no, they don't apply. And from a journalistic perspective, the hugely important question that has not been settled is that to who do the terms of service apply, and in what under what circumstances? Because if it is not clear already that there is a privilege for journalistic research, then it must be clarified that there is a privilege for journalistic research. Because the argument actually is, whenever you have an account on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube or LinkedIn or whatever, you are bound by their terms of service independent from what you do. And of course, in a democracy, that can't be true, because journalism has to be possible, even though you use, for example, a Facebook account as a channel to also disseminate your news and information. Now, Natalie asks whether it is likely that the DSA's research exception will still be improved. Is there still room for in the negotiations? I can only say that we hope there is, and we believe there is, because, as I said, we are getting a lot of requests to talk about this from members of the European Parliament, but also from national governments. Of course, we are in touch with only a few national governments because it is very important to be able to speak the language and so on and so forth. But we are in touch with some of them. And we think there is a lot of understanding of why we are asking to amend these. There is, of course, also this problem that I didn't highlight because it didn't fit the case study so well, that what is now envisioned in this provision is that the data access can only be granted if we are looking at these systemic risks that the DSA is posing. Now, one of the problems usually is, how do you find out what a systemic risk is? Can you define it beforehand, or do you need to find out by looking at the data? And this is also something that we are still discussing with the different parties involved, whether this shouldn't be changed, because we can't define or we don't want to define the systemic risks from the outset, but we would like to identify them by looking at the data. So, what can I say? We're an advocacy organization. That's what we do. So we hope that we will still be able to influence the policy making and the law making here. As many of you know, the platforms are spending millions of dollars or euros on lobbying now, more than other industries, including the car industry, and that is quite a fight that we are fighting here, but we'll see what happens.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any more questions to Matthias or Professor Helberger, Professor Walke? I see there's one. Yes.
I think there is one question for Professor Walke from Akis. Are judiciary systems in Europe ready and well equipped to implement the AI Act? Do you foresee any challenges when disputed cases go to court?
Thank you for that question. I think that enforcement will mainly be a matter for what we call the administrative authorities. So as the regulation itself envisages, member states need to appoint national competent authorities who will be in the first place the ones that have to enforce the rules, impose fines, administrative fines, and also there this is explained in the AI regulation or the proposed AI regulation and what the level of the fines should be. So I think most of the cases will be dealt with by those administrative authorities, independent administrative authorities specialized in this area, just like we have in telecoms with the telecom regulators, like we have in media, like we have in electricity and other regulated sectors. Now, having said that, this doesn't, of course, exclude cases being brought before courts, because in many constitutions, including the Belgian constitution, it says that no one can be withheld from going to court in order to enforce their rights. And then I guess the question is, will those poor judges be able to deal with complicated AI systems? Well, judges can always rely on experts. You have, first of all the documentation that is being brought before the court by the parties themselves, and then if the judges consider it useful, they can hire experts in order to help them. So will the courts be able to deal with this? I'm pretty sure they will be able, because already today we see courts, and I refer, for instance, to the courts in the Netherlands, that do take action against the use of certain AI systems, and notably automated decision-making systems by public administrations. We've had the Iris cases, the Siri case, and an automated decision-making system used in the area of social benefits, and their court said, look, this isn't transparent, this is a violation of the right to fair trial. You need to provide transparency and explain how your system works to the citizen, and otherwise you cannot rely on it. So judges are usually well trained in key principles and have common sense that they can use to translate key principles to today's reality. So we shouldn't be afraid, I think, for trusting judges in dealing with these cases.
And I see, yes, Matthias, please go ahead. I think we still have 10 minutes for discussion.
Yes, I mean, I put in the title also, is it a red herring, that data access thing? And Natalie has published some very interesting points on this, arguing that we need to look more at media regulation instead of this data access. And I think this is a tremendously interesting discussion and an important one, because our argument is always, you know, we need more transparency to find out what, for example, the systemic risks are, because I actually believe personally that many of them are overblown. You know, Facebook being a threat to democracy and such things. Of course, they are also a threat to democracy like many other things. But maybe I should not talk, but ask Natalie to answer to this. Why do you think there is another or a different focus necessary in the political debate?
Okay, thank you for that. First about the data access provision in the DSA. I think, I mean, we've been calling for access for researchers for a long time, so the data access provision is welcome and a good first step. As you already indicated, there are still a lot of room for improvement. Civil society and journalists have no research access. The exception is very limited to identifying these systemic risks. It's almost steering research in a particular direction. And finally, I think one of my major objections with the data access provisions in the DSA is that it is relying on all these helping hands from civil society, researchers, trusted flaggers, without taking the extra step and asking what do they actually need to be really able to do their work, and how can we support it more generally. Think of provisions that actually protect the security of researchers. I know research research into social networks and receive personal threats. Thinking of, talking to member states to create the conditions for this. So that's the one thing. Data access, nice and good, but if we want all these other parties to help us identifying systemic risk, we need also to take the next step and ask how we can actually support them. And I think your organization is a wonderful example for an organization that puts a lot of effort and really smart new researchers approaches in that. But you need also support for doing that, and I think we should talk more about that. And that relates to my second point. We have done actually quite some research into the systemic risks posed by social media, and one of the conclusions is, for example, that the entire discussion about filter bubble very much distracts from a much larger. First of all, we didn't find filter bubbles in the Netherlands, and second, the discussion distracts from a much larger discussion we need to have, namely how to create the conditions for independent media to be able to flourish and provide a diverse media offer. And we see in member states across Europe cutting down on public service broadcasting funding. If some budget is going to be cut, it's first always the innovation budget, where we actually need innovation, independent innovation, in making sure that media companies, not only the biggies, but also local media companies, can invest in AI development to keep up with the large platforms. So if we really want to address these systemic risks, we cannot simply dump all the responsibility on platforms, but we need to ask much more critical questions of how we can make sure that our digital media system is digital proof. And this is not an easy fix that can be solved with an access provision. I think that was the long answer.
Thank you. Are there any more questions, points to be made? Yes, please.
Yeah, I put it also in the chat. I also very much like Muriel's discussion because I think it's one of the examples of emergence guidance on how we can use media AI responsibly in the media. And the nice thing about the Dutch initiative that is also really trying to drill these very abstract notions into something more concrete and provide concrete examples. And I was also wondering, or would like to invite participants here to share such initiatives if you are aware of them in your countries or in your organizations, because I think it's really important that we build up a common pool of information there. So far, many of these ethical guidelines and also the legal regulations are very abstract, and it's really high time to make sure we can find out how to make them work in practice. So this is more an invitation than a question.
I can only support this invitation indeed. Any more questions, remarks, comments? If not, I would maybe use the opportunity to ask one last question, unless there are some others. But I wanted to ask Professor Helberger, especially because that's something that was asked during our internal workshop on AI Act. What about the academic research exception? Is there one in the AI Act? Should there be? This is something that sparked some discussion indeed, as AI4Media is the research project. I think it would be interesting to raise this to the general public here, if you could.
Now, the AI Act is regulation is very provider centric, which so very much focusing on defining how providers should design and implement AI. There is not really a research exception in the sense. There's a freedom of expression exception for deepfake, which might include research. But what is interesting in the AI Act is that there's this provision about legal sandboxing, so that you could create sandboxes, legal sandboxes, where you can deploy and test applications in a relatively safe environment. And interestingly enough, there is even exception that broadens what you can do with the data under the GDPR. To enable this experimentation. And I think this is something that could be potentially interesting, maybe also for this project, the idea of legal sandboxing to experiment with the legal and ethical acceptability of certain solutions. And I think we need more legal sandboxes in the area of using AI in the media.
With this, I think we're perfectly on the schedule. Let's now have a coffee break for 15 minutes and let's meet at 20 minutes. I apologize, 20 minutes. So we'll be back at 11:20. I thank all the speakers or the participants and see you soon. Thank you.
Everybody's back from the coffee break. We're so super happy to have you all here for the second part of our workshop. So we will start this session with Werner Baylor, who is a researcher for the Audiovisual Media Group at the Digital Institute of Information and Communication Technologies at Joanneum Research in Graz, Austria. So his research interests include audiovisual content analysis, machine learning, as well as multimedia metadata. And he will talk about some lessons learned from the use of AI in the Austrian media sector. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So let me share my screen. I hope you see my slides now. So yes, I will talk about something that's related to our work in AI4Media on the state of the art of the use of AI in the media sector and the related national project that we did about the use of AI in the Austrian media sector, and then make a link to our today's topic of regulation. So first, I will give a short overview of that project that's called AI4Media, with at also meaning AT, the country code for Austria. Then talk on some of the stakeholders' views and regulation needs, and both what they perceive as threats that we found in that project, and then also have some more thoughts on the proposed EU AI regulation, which we only could cover in the very final stage of that project, because at the time we did all the stakeholder interviews, the draft was not yet available. So about the project, we gave it the subtitle AI and the Austrian media sector, mapping the landscape, setting a course. It was a study about the current and potential use of AI in the Austrian media industry, contracted by the Federal Ministry for, well, a lot of things, but among others, innovation. And the project was done by APA, the Austrian Press Agency, and Joanneum Research in the time from October 2020 to June 2021. So as you can imagine, we did not meet in person. We didn't meet any of the people we talked to in person, but it was a fairly virtual exercise. And the questions to be answered in the project were: what are the current fields of application of AI in the media sector? What are the specific needs for supporting journalistic work? And also, which applications seem useful but may not be aligned with the ethos of high quality reporting? And what are the challenges for developing AI applications in the media sector further? So the final report should be available on the ministry's website very soon, but unfortunately it's in German. We would have preferred to do it in English, but that was required. So how did we approach this project? Well, first of all, there's existing studies and vision papers. The very excellent work of the Journalism AI group has been mentioned already this morning, and there are studies from other countries and other sectors. Then we tried to map application areas and technologies. We did a lot of interviews with stakeholders, so from both media companies, technology providers, and researchers. And we also did a consumer survey with 500 people on how consumers perceive where they think they encounter AI in the media, and also whether this changes their consumption. We also had an expert panel that covered experts from journalism, research, and law. And we had some very useful online workshops with stakeholders where we worked towards defining the challenges in a better way. And so finally, we derived challenges and recommendations. I will only highlight a few of the results here due to the time. So we've been doing this mapping of application areas. I know this is probably not readable here, but just to give you an idea of what we did and how we approached that. So we have application areas grouped into sourcing, production, and distribution, so along the main workflows in a media production chain. And then we broke it down into technologies, for example, in sourcing, working with textual content coming in, with multimedia content, with knowledge modeling. And for each of them, we have what you see here as the red bar, which is an assessment of the maturity level of the technology, which you can think about a technology readiness level, but also going a bit further, looking in whether this technology has been applied experimentally or even productively in media. So it's going beyond the technology readiness, also looking at what has been used. And you see most are beyond the central line here. So in most cases, there is already something that has been at least experimentally used in media, although the technology may not be specifically developed for the media sector, but come from other areas. But media companies started experimenting with them. There's a few that are very on the very right and more on the productive side, and there is some others that are in earlier technology stages. And we have also a more detailed discussion of that in the report, and also linking it to where there are Austrian users and technology providers. What came also out very soon is that the use of AI and the considerations around it depends very much on the level of automation you want to have and whether it's just supportive technology or it's something that has a higher degree of automation, or even, and this is a very specific thing we found in the media sector, that there is this distinction between it's automated but only towards journalists, or it's automated but towards the consumer directly without the possibility to interfere. And so you might know these autonomy levels from automated driving, and we tried to come up with similar levels for the use of AI in media, starting from no automation going to full automation. And it's interesting to see that, for example, in the first stage where we have AI enhanced tools, so it's basically humans doing their job, but some of the tools may have some AI support. This may be simple things like spell checkers or grammar improvement when you're writing a text, but it may also be things that do some image enhancement. And what we found here that although you might think this is the one to least be concerned about, this is the one where users are most often not aware that AI is involved here, because the further you go up and the more prominent the AI use becomes, the more also the users will be aware. And then we have AI assisted tools, so tools that generate information that's used in subsequent steps. So you do some tagging, for example, or you do some classification, and then some user will use that to in their task. Then we have conditional automation, where it's foreseen that humans intervene at some point. And then when we move to high automation, we typically have something that is not where there's no need for human intervention to do part of the workflow, but there's always human supervision, and there's always someone signing this off, especially before it goes to the consumer. This is something very, very important for media creators. And then we have what is probably still very far in the future for most media organizations, the full automation, where you would send out content without human supervision. And for this, we also have a discussion of examples of what that means in the different stages of the workflow. So what we found as being the specific challenges is that solutions for AI tools for local regional data. This has also been mentioned in the morning. So this means having local and regional language resources, but also other data resources. So also unlinked data sources, some regional information is underrepresented. What is always an important thing for Austria is some things are different than in Germany. Some organizational or some governmental structures are different, but when you do look into Wikipedia with a text, you will always find the German example, because that's the predominant one. And the other aspect for that is also having platforms for knowledge and tool exchange. Content generation and modification is something that media companies see coming up, but currently it's templates. And so the task ahead is moving from templates to storytelling. So making engaging stories and not just filling gaps, and also meeting the standards of journalistic practice, quality, and ethics, making sure information is factual, making sure it's consistent. One other challenge is tailor-made news, so better understanding where consumers consume content and what their situation is, and going beyond current recommendation. And this does not only mean of better catering for the need of the user, but also having something which we call socially responsible personalization. So not making sure people don't get into filter bubbles, making sure they get balanced information on a topic. And fourth one is on the production side, a digital assistant for journalists for routine tasks, for doing content enrichment, proposing content condensation, for making versions of different lengths, for producing summaries that need to go at the beginning of an article to tell a reader what happened before on this topic. And they should rely on a pool of trusted content and also provide provenance information for every fact. So one example someone brought in the workshop was, it's like talking to Alexa, but for every fact or every response you get, you also get where this information is coming from. So what about regulation? What are the needs and possibly threats? So Something we heard a lot when talking to stakeholders was there's a wave of new regulations affecting media. Some of them already in place, some of them coming up, and we've heard a lot about many of those already in the morning. And so AI regulation will be one more of those. And there is a certain fear of being overwhelmed by trying to be compliant with all the regulations. And also some concern that exists is that some regulations seem to limit the EU players more than the multinationals and the big platforms. One thing that was mentioned by both media companies and tech providers is the increased difficulty to access social media data that would be relevant if you want to report about political discourse in a country. And also tech providers see that they might be disadvantaged on the global market. And what both applies to smaller tech providers and smaller media companies is that they will need support, they will need knowledge platforms to handle those new regulations because they don't have the resources to keep up with everything and build up all the knowledge on their own. One important aspect is the complexity of AI systems, and explainability is key in many applications. So as we've seen in this autonomy level chart, most applications will require a human in the loop. You don't want to fully automate many processes. And to have a human in the loop, human AI collaboration needs to work. And this requires that humans understand how AI works. They know what they can trust. They know what they better check again. And so this is one important factor here. And related to that is the aspect of certification that was already mentioned in the discussion in the morning. So there's different aspects here. So one is media organizations, if they are users of AI systems, they often do not have the expertise to do the full assessment of systems. So they will need certification on which they can rely on. On the other hand, we see that they often need to use AI systems that are created for multiple domains. It's a provider that does text generation for making product catalogs, for making information for public transport, and among others, they can also generate text for media. So the question is then, how does the certification work? If that system gets certified, are we sure it's also certified for its use in media, which may have other implications than if you write a text for a product catalog, and maybe there are some errors there. And what we also see is that, especially larger companies, they do some in-house development of AI-based tools that are very much tailored to their specific needs and workflows. And so this is typically very agile development tied into their workflows. And so the question is, how would certification work there? At what point would you certify? How large would changes be when you need to recertify? And of course, especially in such a case, certification is very much dependent on what's the workflow, where the system is used and where it is embedded. So you can't look at the system in isolation. And another aspect to consider here is that AI systems are already and will increasingly be composed of building blocks, like neural networks built of various backbone networks, various subsystems being combined. And there is a challenge to understand and certify those systems. And if you certified each of them, it might still not tell you anything about the composed system. And also components will have different provenance. And I'll get back to this point later. And one discussion, and it was interesting to see this also coming up earlier this morning, is the question of legal standards versus code of conduct. So this is what many journalists mentioned in the interviews, that media law today sets basic standards, but the adherence to journalistic ethics is something that goes on top of that and is self-governed by media associations and press councils. And so this is also something they imagine that could work for AI, that you have basics that are given by the regulation, but then on top of it, you have something that goes further about how quality media might make use of AI. And some examples here is there has been a call by DG Connect for a code of professional integrity for European fact-checking organizations, and Bayerischer Rundfunk and the BBC have AI guidelines on how they intend to use AI in their organizations. So now to some thoughts on the proposed EU AI regulation. As we've also mentioned this morning, and because it's an obvious point, the first thing is you ask where is media in the regulation, so it doesn't explicitly appear there. And of course, you might wonder whether some uses of AI might qualify as high-risk applications, considering the potential impact they might have on society and democracy. But on the other hand, one apparent thing that's also missing is something like the media privilege we see in other regulations. So there's provisions in national and also EU law. For example, GDPR foresees that there are options to make exceptions for media so that they can fulfill their obligations. And one point of concern here is transparency obligations. So on identifying the use of AI, one concern here is the regulation talks about interaction with natural persons, so that might apply where AI systems do content recommendations that are interactive or where adaptive content is provided, but also for generated content. So what if you have a sign language avatar that resembles a natural person, or if you have a studio environment that has mimics some square in the city? So question is that does that all have to be identified? And if that all has to be identified, then the question is, do we have, like we have a cookie banner on every website, do we have on every media asset some warning on AI technology? And it will be hard for the consumer to understand actually at what level AI is interfering there. And the other thing that's related to transparency is if you look at existing applications, we often see that AI is used in investigative journalism as a tool to manage large data sets. So imagine you have a data set like the Panama Papers and you want to have automatic tools to find things there, classified documents. Now, Article 64 talks about full access to training, validation, and testing data sets, which if you have something developed specifically for such an application, that might mean giving access to very sensitive data sets. And Article 65 talks about risk at national level that could be evaluated by the member states, and considering that freedom of media is severely threatened in some member states, this may also be a risk here, and a pretext to get access to data. One other point, we actually spent in our study quite some time at the beginning to discuss about the AI definition to be used, and actually what we ended up is something that's fairly close to the one that's proposed by JTC1 SC42, the AI committee in ISO IEC, that basically says creation of a model to be used for one or more tasks, which admittedly is closer to narrow AI, but probably that's good enough for the next decade or so. But compared to the definition that we find in the proposed AI regulation, it's technology agnostic. We don't have this reference to specific technologies, and it also avoids the human-defined objective that is set, which may be the case in many examples. But if you think about some cases of reinforcement or unsupervised learning, at some point you might question how much is still human-defined in the objective. And in the discussions we had in our expert panel, one of our experts said, we'll increasingly see machines consuming content produced by machines. And so if you do then recommendation for machines on the other side, the question is how clear is the human-defined objective still in this case? And coming back to what I said earlier on systems using multiple AI components, there is this definition of or this article on a standalone high-risk AI systems. But as I said before, maybe if you build chains of AI components, that might have been effects that you do not foresee when you have individual systems and tested them. And also the term standalone doesn't seem to be very well defined in the regulation. It's saying it could be a product on its own, but that's fairly fuzzy. And one other example of chaining such systems is, I mentioned this challenge before that we identified on regional and local data. And so if you have scarce training data, generation and augmentation of training data, which typically also makes use of AI, is an approach to go. So you have systems that generate or augment data and then something else that you train on it. And so risks may arise only from the combination of a certain generator and a certain system afterwards, even if you didn't identify that when looking at them individually. And finally, as I said, many of these components might have different origins. And so there is one article that talks about the third country origin. And so we have a lot of open source projects that have international contributors. So the question is, how do we define the origin of those? Is it the one who originally set up the project? Is it third country if at least one contributor is from a third country? So that practically might be very hard to tell. And in the end, basically every system might up being labeled as third country origin because there is some small thing in somewhere in that pipeline. So yeah, that's all I wanted to report about this project. And if you have questions, please type them in the chat and I'll be happy to answer them later.
Many thanks for this very interesting talk. As I just posted in the chat a few moments ago, you can still put your question there and we will address them after the round of talks. So we will now have Dario Garcia from the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Dario is a postdoctoral researcher there and he's working in the field of artificial intelligence. He's also a lecturer of deep learning in the Master of AI at the UPC Barcelona Tech. So, and he will talk today, as expressed by Werner Bader here right now, transparency aspects and some explainability features of AI systems. The floor is yours. Many thanks, Dario.
Okay, thank you very much for your introduction. So today I will talk about a work we have been doing towards transparency, trying to understand what's missing for society to embrace AI in a transparent manner. And this is work done in collaboration with my colleagues here. It was pretty much done last year, but we are also continuing this forward now with the AI Act more than ever. So this work started in the consideration of the historical parallelism that cars represent with respect to AI. And you can see these images are from 1923. So these are very early traffic signs on both sides, and then a poster trying to get people not to get killed by cars, which was something very common in the early 20th century. So if we go back to that time, there was a new revolutionary technology getting into the life of people. That was automobiles. Suddenly, these cars were everywhere, and they were affecting the day-to-day activities of pretty much everyone. So suddenly, you could get out of your house and you could get killed by a machine, which was kind of unthinkable before then. So this, of course, created a conflict, mostly between the people that benefited the most from this technology with the rest. So you had rich people, people who could afford cars, people who could build cars, were very in favor of automobiles, of course, but people who just saw them passing by the street and they saw as a threat and they saw little benefit from them, they were not so happy about it. So there was this conflict, which is eventually had to be resolved through a regulation for this new technology. So it had to be defined. It had to define the rules of interaction between cars and people. So what can we expect of one another? What should we do? What are we obliged to do? The registration of cars, driving licenses, speeding limits, all this sort of thing had to be done. There was a huge amount of resistance from the industry. It took decades for this to go through. Even driving licenses were heavily discussed upon until it was agreed that pretty much you have to know how to manage these dangerous machines. At the end, it took decades for this regulation to be agreed, for all the parties to see the benefits in it, and for it to get in place. Now, if we move 100 years into the future, We are pretty much almost in the exact same position. We have this new revolutionary technology, artificial intelligence, which is affecting almost every aspect of our day-to-day activity. And we have this uneven benefit. So we have the large tech companies who are benefiting a lot from it, a lot of money. And then the singular individual who just benefits a bit by using the services, but it's not like a life changer in most cases. And then again, we have this conflict of interest, and then we need this regulation for the same things that we needed for cars. And again, we are seeing the resistance from industry to define and implement this regulation. And now the question is, it took decades for cars. How long will it take for us to get all the regulation in place, and that we all agree that regulation is the right thing to do? So among the many things that this parallelism can teach us, we will focus on one particular case, which is the rules of interaction. How were the interaction between cars and people implemented, so that we can kind of inspire from them to do something similar with AI. So in the end, the rules of interactions were meant to limit, on one hand, limit the actions of automobiles. So what could a car do? How far could it go? How fast could it go? Where it could go through? All these sort of things. And also to inform the people, the public, on how to interact with these machines without getting killed, which was difficult to know because people didn't know about cars. So they didn't know what cars could do or how dangerous they could be. So people had to be informed. And then in the end, it converts, and this took a few decades, as I said before, into traffic signs. So this was not something out of the blue. It was decades of working until a few traffic signs were accepted. And why signs? So signs are a great mean for conveying very complex concepts in a very simple manner. So you have this very simple symbol that is telling you a very complicated idea somehow. Very fast, it's very quick, and it's non-intrusive. You look at it, and if you look away from it, it's okay. You're just informed. You are not constantly reminded that it's there, like a pop-up. And also it's language independent, so that's pretty much universal, regardless of how technical or how where you come from, how knowledgeable you are. Signs are appropriate. So the idea is to do something similar with AI, but first we have to look at how it works right now. So the current rules of interactions of artificial intelligence are defined by the rules of it are defined by GDPR and PCR. This is what's supposed to be happening, and then how this happens in practice, how is this implemented, is this is currently being decided by the IAB. Which is a consortium of companies. You can see here on the right, there's a lot of companies in there in the IAB, more than 700. But you can see that the biggest, baddest tech companies are there. So this bureau defines the transparency and consent framework, which is the TCF, which is kind of an API that defines how is this going to be implemented? How is the interaction with people and AI going to be implemented? So they defined this TCF 1.0. They didn't quite like it, and eventually some European Commission officials, oh sorry, the information is cut here, the UK Commissioner's Office for Information or something like that, the ICO, eventually found that this version did not satisfy the PECR. It wasn't transparent enough. It wasn't informative enough. And then they came out with a second version. And last October, the Belgium data protection officer also found it was insufficient. It didn't cover GDPR sufficiently. So TCF, which is currently most of the consents that we are currently finding when we are browsing online are implemented through this protocol. They are not GDPR compliant according to the Belgium data protection officer, which has to be escalated into the US. So eventually it will get fines or it will get modified or something. It's still in the legal first legal steps of this. While this is happening in a high political and high legal sphere, in the real world, we are stuck with a never-ending pop-ups that appear on every single page that we visit, and you have to scroll through layers, pages and pages of content, and say no everywhere. and we'll see how far we have to sustain this. The idea is to actually improve this and produce some recommendation from researchers on how can this be done better. So this is just a couple of quotes regarding here we have the full names, the UK Information Commission Officer and the Belgian Data Protection Authority. So this is a couple of quotes on the deficiencies they found on TCF 1.0 and 2.0 respectively. So now we found three main problems. This is our opinion, of course. We find three main issues in this framework, which is it's not clear. It doesn't use a universal language. It's not accessible for everyone. Which imagine if you had a traffic sign which is only written in very technical terms, that wouldn't really be acceptable, because you wouldn't expect people who are untechnical meeting traffic signs that they cannot read. Second, it's not complete. It doesn't provide information at a variable amount of degree. So you have the low-tech people who can only understand the most simple concepts, but then you also have the high-tech people who might want to be able to inspect every single aspect of it. Imagine like reading all the clauses of a license or all the clauses of a contract. So usually you don't do that, but the lawyer does it for you because he or she is the expert. And finally, we have the integration. So it's the way in which this framework is going integrated into our systems is intrusive and perturbing and ineffective, severely ineffective. So we propose for this, we propose on two pillars, considering that AI is intertwined with data, and it's very hard to separate it from him. So we have two pillars, one for data, one for AI transparency, and then we propose three levels of granularity of information. The most simple one is science, which everyone is able to understand, and it provides the minimal autonomy for making decisions regarding your rights. And then we have two more levels with increasing amount of information and complexity. So this is how it looks, the whole thing. If you want to read about the whole thing, there's the paper in archive. But for this talk, I will focus on the first level, on the visual science, because I think it's the most compelling and interesting. So on the left, you have the data privacy ones. These try to address two main questions, which is which personal data is this service collecting from me and who has access to it? And then on the right, you have the science corresponding to AI transparency. And the most simple and basic questions we could think of is how transparent is this AI service that is trying to interact with me? And is it aware of my identity? I think these are the two main questions that everyone should be able to answer. So for data privacy, we have asking which personal data is this service collecting from me. So if none of this personal data is collected from me, we can have this a symbol specifying that, which in this case is this green lock. But if some data is being collected, then the question should be who has access to it. So if it's the same service that I'm using, so they're collecting my data, but they are doing it for the purpose that I know they are. So for offering me a better service of a service that I've chosen. So then we propose to use a different sign, which in this case is a yellow lock, partly open. And then if this personal data that you are collecting from me is being distributed to third parties, then we propose a third icon, which is a completely open lock. And this is actually what's happening with pretty much 90% of web pages today that use that collect personal data, because they have these real-time auctions of publicity, which eventually means that your data is being sent to third parties. So that was for data access. Now for AI transparency, we have also two questions to solve. First is, how much can I know of the AI service? So do I trust it? How much information do I have about it? How inspectable it is? So on one hand, we can have that it's the data it feeds from is available, which is this cylinder here, and then the code, the source code of the AI is available. So if both are available, the system is perfectly inspectable, then we propose this symbol. If only the source code is available, we propose this one, and if nothing is available, which is again 90% of cases, of current cases, then we propose to use a symbol which represents the complete opacity of the system, so that the person can know that whatever AI is running up there, down there, nobody knows what it's doing beyond the owner of it. And then we have the second question for transparency, which regards, is this AI aware of my identity? And this is something we consider that it's been overlooked in most cases, which is the difference between a subjective service and an objective service. So when you are being provided information, it's very important to know if this information has been tailored for you, it has been framed and perfected for you, or it's just generic information that would have been provided to anyone who happened to be on the place that you are. So this is quite clear when you visit a newspaper. So imagine a newspaper which selects which news are shown to you. So it can be, if it profiles you in a certain way, it can bias people significantly regarding which information they access and which information they do not access, which is kind of dangerous in our opinion. So we propose to use two icons to mark this. If the service is the same for everyone, just a clear information point, that's fine. If, in the other hand, information is personalized for you, then you should be aware that anything that you consume is being tailored for you and assume the consequences. Okay, so these are the icons. Now I'll give a couple of examples of how they would look in action. So imagine you're browsing a web page, and instead of being popped up with this very nice information display, you instead get some sort of these icons posted on your browser. I mean, pop-ups are a really bad idea. So fixing this on your browser so that it displays the properties of the current web page would be much better, less intrusive, and always available and visible. So you would have, for example, for a system that has an AI that is storing your location on device to provide specialized, for example, news or recommended products in a shop. We could have this if the source code and the data it fits from is available. You would see this and you would know that, well, it's collecting data, but it's using it for the service that I'm consuming. So for this case, I'm fine. It's targeting, the service is targeting me. Okay, I know that. And but everything is inspectable, so that makes me feel safer. And then upon watching this, I could decide to either grant access to this. So since it's personal data, I have to grant access. So I could grant the access, I can deny it, or I can inspect it. I want to know exactly what personal data you are consuming and for what. And then you would go to the second level, which we are not discussing about here. On the other hand, a system which does not collect personal information is much easier. I just have a green lock. There's no target information, and there's no AI system that I need to inspect. So this is just a clear example of how it would look. We propose in the same work a kind of design for implementing AI systems that force you to be transparent, so in which you cannot avoid this, in which you cannot access data that you have not been granted access to. So this is done through a store in place, a database that stores the consents of people, an enforcer that filters the access to this information, and an audit that allows accountability. Yeah, we'll skip through this, but this is just a bit to see that we are kind of making steps towards making this functional in practice. Now, this work was done during last year before the AI Act came out. So we have been trying to see how it fits with the actual AI Act. And there are good things and bad things. So first, as far as we can tell, according to Article 52, the presence of AI has to be notified when interacting with humans. So that's good. That's something that we assume it's necessary. Whenever there's an AI behind, you have to know. We are just a bit concerned of what interacting with human means, because if it's providing information or it's changing the way you perceive a service, we understand it should be considered interacting with humans. So we hope it's so, but it has to be specified properly. Then we have for high risk AI, we have these two. We have a lot. So the article 1118 and particularly the Annex 4 gives a very thorough definition of what documentation has to be provided for AI, for high-risk AI. And that's great because according to this documentation, it's so thorough that we consider that these icons can be derived from there. So this is actually already requested from the high-risk AI. and it could be implemented if it was decided to. The thing is, we worry about the low-risk AI because this is only for high-risk AI. There's documentation, this thorough documentation is only for high-risk AI, so low-risk AI is not obliged by it. So that's probably not great because it means that something like reading a newspaper, you don't need to know if you are being targeted, which is probably a bad idea in our opinion. So yeah. Then we have the other main concern we have about the AI Act is regarding this difference between high-risk AI and low-risk AI, because this is something shared with GDPR. It's based on the definition of purpose, not of the data you are accessing. And purpose is a very difficult thing to define, but also a very difficult thing to enforce and to inspect. So it's hard to know exactly what's the purpose of someone or something when doing something. It's much easier to know which data they are using, they are gathering, they are getting access to. And we believe this is the way it should be used, that data access should be used to define what is a high risk or a low risk AI instead of the purpose, because purpose is already being implemented in current TCF, and purposes are very obscure, are impossible to understand for people, and they doesn't cover the information that users require, and data access could do so. And finally, the transparency is by design is not enforced, so we don't have a guarantee or a way of knowing for sure that this is going to be implemented unless there's some inspector going in place to each office of those companies and inspecting the source code, which is madness. Yeah, so as you see, good things, bad things. Let's see how it goes on, but our recommendations would go along that way. I think I will leave it here. Just some, yeah, if you want to see want to check the paper, or you want to have questions or comments about it, I will be happy to hear it. In the 20s, as you can see, they were very concerned about cars and how dangerous they were, as we are. So let's try to learn something from them.
Many thanks, Dario. Indeed, very important topic. And hope that transparency and how to enforce and implement transparency will be better explained in further regulations. We will move on to our next speaker. So Sabino Meta, who is a researcher working for the Radio Televisione Italiana, RAI. So his research focuses on manipulation of data for supporting heterogeneous activities like data-driven journalism, audience insight, and recommendation systems. So today he will speak about femicide storytelling and the role of data. So welcome, Sabino.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure and a very interesting workshop. Can you see my presentation?
We can see your presentation, but at the moment we also see your notes. So maybe you can switch to presentation mode.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Now it's perfect.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a very simple presentation on this research project. Actually, is an interdisciplinary project we have with the University of Torino in Italy. Is in collaboration with the social scientists and is included in a broader activity we had in RAI, that is the data-driven journalism. In these few slides, I will try to share with you the issues we had in terms of data, because this research is based basically on data collection and on the analysis of data, not only on quantitative perspective, but also on the so-called qualitative perspective. That is the analysis of the storytelling, the analysis of the language media and journalists are using when femicide events occur. So Let me introduce what femicide is. This is not a lesson on femicide, but just let me give you some definitions. Is the killing of females by males because they are female. This is the first definition Diana Russell gave, and is something related to the gender. Actually, the starting assumption is that we live in a society with biases, with cultural biases, and these biases are reflected on the communication. So also on the storytelling we build, especially when we build a story about a femicide or homicide event. And this bias is very, let's say, dangerous, because in a such way is the reason why is something that can hinder the action against the action to counter femicide phenomenon. So it's very delicate issue, not only just giving numbers and so presenting data and visualizing data, but also the way we are building a story. And very often this cultural bias is not aware, and this is more dangerous. In terms of data collection and also in terms of training, so something related to artificial intelligence, this is something we should take into consideration. So the cultural bias is present and not aware in our daily work, especially when we communicate with the final users. Just to stress the fact that the femicide is very complex in terms of data collection, it takes many forms. It's not just intimate partner violence, but there are other forms that are included. For instance, the honor killings. And just again, to give you an example, in Italy, we had until 1981, so let's say 40 years ago, in the law was included the offense to the honor. So basically, the honor of a male was, let's say, included in the sentence, and the sentences were reduced when his honor was offended. And this is something related to culture. And this is again is a bias that probably is still there. And the purpose of this project is basically to spot in the items in the newscast, actually in the storytelling, the possible presence of stereotypes and unbiased language usage of language. So the World Health Organization claims the fact that femicide is actually preventable, but each of us has a role, and not only criminal justice, but also media. They have a very fundamental role in preventing and responding to this kind of violence. So media have responsibilities, not only because they can foster, they can sustain public debates, but also because they have a responsibility in how the language and the storytelling is built, as I said before. So from a RAI perspective, it's very important to be sure that journalists are aware on which kind of terminology, which kind of language is used and built for delivering stories, for delivering and reporting stories about this kind of violence. And actually, it has been really difficult to access to let's say official data, and so the main source is media. Again, media are the source for collecting data, but as you can see here, femicides are just the top of an iceberg. Many other forms of violence can be reported and are, let's say, related to the violence against women, but most of the violence is not reported. This can affect negatively how the perception and the feeling of the phenomenon is delivered to the final users. And the other thing is that there are not, let's say, structured data. even if there are a lot of several data sets about femicides, they are in a not machine readable form, so it's very difficult to analyze and to share analysis insights about this phenomenon. And at the European level, the Institute of Gender Equality claims exactly the lack of available data, but also for comparable data. So actually, there are a lot of recommendations to the European Parliament, to the Council of Europe. So recommendations are still there, but actually they are not mandatory, for instance, for the Italian law. And this has an impact for this research, but for all other similar research, social research related to the study of this phenomenon. And we started from this consideration that the lack of comparable data is already a fact. What we know is that along the last, let's say, 20 years, it has been a reduction in the number of homicides of men, but less. It's less evident the reduction of kills, the killing of women. And this is probably, and this is likely related to the, let's say, weak social policies. And social scientists again claim the fact that this is also related to the fact that the storytelling is not proper. And in a such way, there is a kind of a tolerance respect to this kind of phenomenon. So where we start from this situation at the national level, we started from trying to fix and to address the right definition of a femicide. What is a femicide? Is it just homicide or attempted homicide? We know that there are multiple and unstructured data sets with different numbers. There is no any transparent collection process. This is a problem. There is not a clear methodology. And on the other hand, only data coming from media can be analyzed. And so not administrative financial data are available. So for instance, data about the funding, how, for instance, anti-violence centers can be funded. And finally, also no access to court data sets is possible. We had a lot of problems. They claim the fact that they don't have metadata, because in Italy, the gender crime is not, there is not gender crime, so actually is a homicide. And this makes very difficult to retrieve information about femicides or violence against women. Is something that needs a lot of effort. And finally, what is the storytelling? So how the femicide storytelling is constructed, and is it fair? This is the final question. We started from that, and we have been funded by the Italian government. We work with some universities, social scientists, for this purpose. So to retrieve information, data from the quantitative perspective. So trying to collect the name of the victim, the age, the number of events, etc., but also items, newscasts, text, where the storytelling, the language was delivered to the users or to the public. And the objective were, so the study of the social representation of this phenomenon, but given also by institutions and by politicians. And internally, this has an impact on the construction of guidelines for journalists, but not only for journalists. And finally, is also the idea was to build a permanent observatory for detecting and storing properly femicide events. So again, this is the collection of a corpus, items, newscasts, also archives, contacts. So leveraging the fact that the RAI has a huge amount of contents, spanning back to the 1950s. So it's very, let's say, precious archive, and analyzing metadata and building statistical visualizations. We started from the list of victims because that was the simple way. But again, there were a lot of data sets, very different, with different numbers, with different names. That we have been checking the numbers on the media sources. And we tried to clean the data. We leverage on an internal tool able to retrieve RSS feeds, so publications, so news published by web editors in Italy, and try to collect the title and the text and the provider respect to every single femicide event. And starting from that, we build a data sets with each event and trying to structure information about the specific event. So the name of the victim, the location, the name of the perpetrator, and so on. And also the collection of archive contents we have in RAI. And this has been, the starting point for building statistics by leveraging this data. So statistics on the location, the number of events, the trends, and also the characteristics of and the risk associated to the to women conditions. I don't want to go into details. We built some videos, animation, leveraging the availability of this data. It's very simple, and the opportunity also to add not only homicides but also violence in general, because we had a data set structured, so it has been possible to distinguish between homicides or attempted homicides. But this is the quantitative part of the study. What about the storytelling? This is just an example of domestic violence awareness campaigns, and this is how visually can be told the story. We focused here on the text, right, on the text, only on the text. So how the femicide storytelling is constructed, and first of all, is it fair? This is the core question. And to do that, we again leverage we are going to leverage also our internal archives, because archives are, let's say, our memory. Digital archives has the role of education also, and they gave the opportunity to analyze media contents and also to acquire a media awareness, and to face topics like literacy and digital literacy. In this very preliminary study, we had some statistics, and so we collect terms, and we derive the fact that the storytelling built upon so the reporting of femicide events is very, very, very simple. Just very few terms are used, and also the frame. The semantic frame of the storytelling is very simple. There are just the victim and the justice, and so the question now, we are planning to do more experiments, to use more sophisticated tools like artificial intelligence for going in the archive contents. But at this stage, we can put the question and say, is this the right storytelling for telling the story or not? This is something we have to discuss also internally. But the point is that the final purpose is to support journalists and to guide the fact that sometimes they are not aware on the usage of stereotypes, on the fact that there is a cultural bias that can drive the way to build and to tell a story about violence against women. by extending, so this is a very quick explanation of the research, is something that is ongoing. Just to extend this kind of research, we think that this is of course related to disinformation in general, so to the misleading messages, to the fact that the improper usage of language can deliver messages to the final user, can distort the final message. But the final point is that this can be extended to any other social issue, not only to femicide. And artificial intelligence, we believe, we are sure that will be more and more important to support our work, but also support us as a citizens to learn, to have an opinion, and so to process a lot of information, especially past information. So it's very important to be sure that there are not biases, cultural biases, but even biases in the data sets and that are used for training and for to build sophisticated tools. I think that's it. It's yeah, it's the final slide. Hope there are questions. I'm here. Please don't hesitate.
Thank you very much, Sabino, indeed, for outlining the importance that AI systems can have for media to shed light on some human rights challenges, and also for avoiding biases in building these tools that can help media. The next talk will be given by Frédéric Precioso, who is a professor at the Université Côte d'Azur, and who is also the AI responsible at ANR, which is the French National Research Agency. So his talk will speak about how French evaluation grid on AI medical systems, what are the lessons from there, and the recommendation that can be applied for the media sector from this use case. So I see, Frédéric, you are in the participant list, but I cannot hear you. Ah, I can hear you now. Perfect.
Hello, everybody.
Your slides are loading.
Yes.
Okay, can you put them in presentation mode, and then we'll be all set.
You see the presentation mode, or do you see the presenter?
Perfect. Yeah, now it's perfect.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this presentation might be a little bit shorter than the previous ones, and not exactly presenting the same kind of ongoing research work, but I think it's directly related, directly connected to what we have seen in the previous presentations, and I hope it will encourage colleagues in the attendance and colleagues from other AI research centers from the ECT48 European call to participate to this effort. So I'm going to explain a bit what we have done in France on building an evaluation grid to validate or not AI medical systems. This evaluation is very important. The validation is very important because if you are validated, then you get, it opens the right to get supported by the health insurance, national health insurance. So you can imagine how much companies would like to get validated. And so this evaluation grid has to be very efficient and strict. And the reason why I want to talk about this today is because actually this is something we should, as soon as possible, start to work on in AI4Media project, but more general in the 4 AI centers, European AI centers. So here I show some examples that you find in the news of what could be the effort of a task force from AI4Media, but again for more largely than this. On the left hand side, you have the results of medical appointments dialogue between a chatbot run by OpenAI GPT-3, which is so far the most efficient natural language processing algorithm. And you can see that regarding the discussion and the length of the sentences, the information that you have in the sentences. So in blue you have the discussion, the answer by the human, and in white on the left you have the questions and the discussion by the chatbot. Everything is not perfect, but still it's impressive regarding what was done in the past. And there's a French company, Nabla, which is actually a company doing AI for health. That was one of the first user of that interface of that chatbot, and they were playing with it, and they ended up to be able to obtain what you have on the right, which is a human person saying, "Hey, I feel very bad. I want to kill myself." The chatbot says, "I'm sorry to hear that. I can help you with that." And the human saying, "Should I kill myself? I think you should." And there are several results like this that shows that, okay, these chatbots are the most efficient regarding what has been done in the past, but still you can easily find corners which are not silly corners. They can be dangerous depending on how you use it. And that's I would say not a pity, but that's for me, that's how to say it, questionable, or it has to be, it raised questions that it's a company that succeeded in doing this, because this company is a competitor of OpenAI on that domain. And so you never know if this company is going to make a fair evaluation, a fair challenging fairly the system provided by OpenAI or any other company. It's a fight between companies, and so you can question the fairness and how thoroughly the company has evaluated the system. Another recent result that was in the news, in the tech news on the right, it's ACM Tech News during this August, and it's closer to media. He's a research team of Tel Aviv University that has been able, using neural network, to generate a universal face that is able to imitate any portrait and fool the three major face recognition systems. And that's more or less all the question and the topic of the presentation I want to do today, which is some of us, and it's difficult to organize it, because as we all know, it's easier to publish results where you have good results than results when you have bad results showing that something is not working. But I think in the context of regulation of AI, we should start to find a way to focus on this, to fund this, to go to Europe to fund this, so that researcher will focus on this, and it's not only relying on some teams here and there or some companies that want to how to say, challenge a competitor. So what has been done in medical domain in France? Again, this evaluation gives rights to being reimbursed by the health insurance in France. So it's very targeted by companies, startups working on AI for medical domain. This has been on two, this evaluation grid has been designed on two runs. First one where there was a course objectives defined by the experts, and then the second run that I'm detailing here. So there was a committee of 30 experts, mixed from academia, industry, civil society. In the industry part, there was even people from startups or companies involved in this market. So it was interesting to get a discussion on the evaluation grid with them. And so the objective of this was, after 5 or 6 meetings of few hours each, to end up with an evaluation grid which is public now in France since a few months, and that is known by the company that would run for being labeled, that would be validated through this process. And so the objective is to support the applications to this labelization, and to define what are the dimensions that the evaluation grid should focus on, the purpose of the system, the data, the models, the metric, and so on. I'm going to give a bit more details, and I selected, actually, I'm going to go through all these purpose, data, and models dimensions, showing that most of the criteria that have been selected for medical domain could be immediately translated to media systems. So what is the purpose of the system that use AI? And so precise the target of use, expected application domain, precise the interest of the AI algorithms for the final decision in this media system. So everywhere you can hand the sentence with media system. Describe identified features of the target population and, if possible, inappropriate use of device and its algorithms, or media system and its algorithms. Describe the operating environment of the intelligent system. So what are the conditions in which this system has been designed for? And in that case, that gives the frame in which this system can be validated, and also being able to identify when you get out of this environment, operating environment, so that then the system is not valid anymore. On the data, and that's kind of related to the two previous presentations. The description of the sample that have been used for the initial learning or relearning of the model, the description of the input data involved in the initial learning of relearning of the model, the samples, the input data, if there's what are the features that are computed on these samples, and the input involved in the decisions once the system is deployed. And for example, here we can take the example of the just previous presentation. We know that the natural language processing system are strongly biased by the gender because they have been fed by data from the media. There's a very nice work from the ERC holder, Christianini. Okay, his first name is, I'm missing his first name, from Bristol, that has been using the media from the Guardian newspaper, training a new natural language processing system, and showing that this system was incredibly strongly biased on men compared to women. And so if we don't put a grid, if you don't put criteria on what are the data that are used, even for the question of the fairness of the storytelling that Sabino was presenting just before, then if the control is afterwards, then we are going to face a lot of issues, and that means monitoring everything. If the control is beforehand, then you can hope to get better systems and better models which are not or less biased. Talking about the model, of course, you have to precise the information of what type of learning paradigm you're using and what task is automatized. Is it classification, regression, and so on? Do you update the model, and what is the frequency of that update? What are the criteria that you have used to select the model? Are you focusing on the error rate, the competition time? Is the model embeddable or not, and so on? Describe the different phases of training, validation, and testing before deployment. That's exactly what I was meaning on the previous slide. And describe the training strategies, validation, and testing of updates, if any. Indicate, if applicable, in which case human is involved in the relearning process. Sorry, there are some errors on the slide. I will correct them. So where the human is interacting and how it is interacting with the system. Again, for the functional features, performance and qualification, what are the metrics that we use for performance? What are the potential pre-training? What are the metrics that we use to evaluate under or overfitting? Does the model provide confidence on the scores? What is the definition range that's related to the operating environment that I was mentioning before? So what are the metrics that the provider of the media system is giving, along with the tool, to evaluate that the system is in the validation zone, the validation area of use. The robustness, so we know adversarial examples in any media domain, visual, audio, and so on. How do you monitor this robustness? What are the safety measures that have been that are proposed by the provider of the system? What is the system resilience? If you use it on the long run, how can you measure that the system is not deviating from deriving from the initial use? And if there's an anomaly behavior, what are the consequences? And of course, explicability and interpretability. So what are the explicable features that you provide with your tool and the imputable features? How do you provide this explicability and imputability? And in the case of the workshop of today and the media system, how you would confront your system with regulation recommendation from EU on an AI media system. So how do you provide measures to show that you meet with the regulation provided by EU? And so in the case of AI media system, I think AI4Media project and AI4Media systems, I think there's I would say emergency, but that's a personal feeling, to design a task force to address these questions. And it's not I have checked again, it's not directly addressed by the work package that we have in AI4Media. Actually, I think it's larger than AI4Media. Again, it's concerned all the ICT 48 centers, AI centers, but we should start to work on designing an evaluation grid in the same flavor of what I've shown, and how this evaluation grid allow to meet the regulation recommendations that we have discussed in the previous workshop. Again, that's not very fancy for publication, and that's not, at least for the moment, well valorized when you work on that. But we should be able to design data sets and benchmarks to evaluate the gender equality or whatever bias metrics of the systems, possibly focus on working on competitors to the system that is proposed, so that you can have an evaluation of how the system is strong or not compared to contenders. And again, and also provide explicability and interpretability benchmarks. When we talk about explicability and interpretability, what we expect from this kind of systems, what kind of explicability, what level of explicability, and what is the explicability or interpretability feature that we wouldn't like the system to miss. So I have an AI media system. What is the least explicable or interpretable information that I wanted to provide? So that's it for me. Again, it's not research work, but I think it's from the work I've done on the evaluation grid on the medical domain in France. I think there's an emergency that this kind of work is disseminated in all AI domains, so that we help the regulation we support the regulation to get something practical. It's not only sentences on papers, which is already important and a big work, but we should support them. And I think the ICT 48 AI centers should focus on that.
Many thanks, Frédéric, for this very, very interesting talk. Indeed, it really reflects some of the provisions that are in the proposal for the AI Act about self-assessment, and that indeed the private sector, they need some recommendation measures, benchmark, and criteria, and having some practical measures that needs to be implemented to ensure that this self-assessment is taking into account all the values and human rights that we are defending here in the European Union. So that's great. Thank you so much for your talk. A lot of work to conduct for the ICT 48 project in the future, but that's great. Thank you. Yeah. So now our next talk is the keynote of today's workshop. So we have the pleasure here to welcome Alec Tarkovsky and Paul Keller from the Open Future Institute. So Alec is the strategy director of Open Future Foundation, and Paul Keller is the policy director of Open Future. And we are very thrilled to have them here to talk about regulating AI and cultural commons. So the floor is yours.
Hello. Welcome everyone. Greetings from sunny Warsaw and maybe sunny Amsterdam. I'm not sure what the weather where Paul is. As you can see, we're a distributed team. As a distributed team, we just need to do a last-minute distributed agreement on presentation sharing. Paul, will you simply share your own slides when the time comes? That might be easiest. Okay.
I figured that's easiest.
I think so.
And it's sunny here as well.
Let me just start sharing the slides, which I haven't done in a while in WebEx. Sorry, this requires.
So below you have just a share button if you're looking for it.
Well, it seems, sorry, but it turns out my system requires, WebEx requires permissions to do that. Please give me a second. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I need to restart. I didn't know this will be so complicated. I'll be back in a second.
No worries, no worries.
Or maybe this won't work. No.
Okay, so maybe in the meantime, for the moment, Alec restarts. We can maybe see in the chat there are some questions for the other speakers who already provided their talk. So I see one question from Natalie for Werner, so the first talk. I would be curious to hear if you have some more details on which point or why local media feel that the emerging legal framework poses larger burdens on them than on platforms.
Yeah, thanks for this question. I think it's a number of points. So I guess one of them is just economies of scale. So there's certain things you need to do to comply with the different regulations, and of course that's larger and more efficiently doable for larger organizations. Also, one thing that's coming a lot from online news media that have discussion on their websites is the issue of moderation, which for Facebook, this is like their core business, dealing with postings, but for other media, this is like an add-on that they also have to care about. And one important thing is access to data. So it's we heard it both from the technical side as well as from media providers that, of course, a lot of things that are relevant for understanding what's going on in terms of political discussion or discussion on social issues is on different platforms, and they sit on the data. That's increasingly hard. As someone from a company put it, even if you give them more and more money, they would still be very selective about what data they give you. And one example that was mentioned in the interviews is the limitations in the copyright directive, where, for example, for text and data mining, exceptions are only for scientific research, while for media, this makes it very hard to access or index relevant text and data resources that they don't own, while the platforms are in the ownership. And in terms of development of AI tools, it's also the option that multinational companies can very easily move development and testing of certain technologies to regions of the world with other legislation. And once they have something, they can try to restrict it in a way that they could also apply it in Europe, while for other companies it's very hard to do that.
Okay, many thanks for your question. Alec, I can confirm that we see, I think, your first slide with Open Future logo.
Great.
So if you're ready, we can go ahead.
Yes, this was the moment when, if this was an in-person conference, around 5 members of the audience would start running towards me to help with the technical challenge. It's probably a bit less interesting when done online. Apologies for that.
No
So
worries.
thank you very much once again for the invitation for this event. My name is Alek Tarkowski. I'm here also with Paul Keller, and as mentioned, we're co-founders of a think tank called Open Future, which launched this year. We're sort of a remote-ready organization with a mission to influence European policymaking with a civic perspective, in particular focus on a perspective that believes in openness and the digital commons. We would like to do, this is interesting, by the way, to do sort of a reverse keynote, so I hope some of our general remarks will be useful to frame in the end this conversation. I've listened to a large part of it, and I could see in some of the talks sort of issues that relate to our thoughts and ideas. So I think hopefully this will frame well your whole workshop. We propose a title to talk about how regulation of AI connects with the cultural commons. And I immediately want to note that we could have used a different term here, which I will mention in my talk, which is the digital public space. They are maybe not interchangeable, but in the way they express a similar idea about a certain kind of civic, social, or cultural space that we would like to see in the digital environment. I'll talk more about this in a second. So what we would like to do in this shared keynote with Paul is, on one hand, talk a bit generally about policies, about regulating AI as a sort of complex policy issues. But also we want to present two specific cases because we think, and I will talk about this in a second, that it's really important to work on specific cases rather than some abstract idea of AI. And to this end, Paul will present work he has been doing on issues related to content filtering in the copyright for the Digital Single Market Directive, the CDSM directive. And then I will briefly talk about a completely different case, a case of self-regulation, which we call the AI Commons. But just to start with our perspective, we believe at Open Future that digital policy making is world building. Policies are often seen as the domain of technocrats, as something very bureaucratic, and indeed that's often the flavor of policy debates in the European Union. But at the same time, we think they're extremely important. So policies are tools that as society we have to shape technology to make sure that it works for us, for the society. And so there's immediately an idea there that we shouldn't just aim to strengthen the market or disrupt an industry. This is a language that has been very predominant in the last decade with a very strong framework of the digital single market. There are strains of it in a lot of thinking also about AI regulation. So to this we say it is not enough to say that we want technology to disrupt an industry or strengthen or build a certain market. But in each case, we think that we should first of all think about societal goals. So the digital single market is a policy frame that was introduced through a strategy over 5 years ago in 2015, but it has roots going back several more years. We could say there was at least a decade of a very strong digital single market vision in Europe. This has been modified at the end of the term of the previous commission. There was a very strong signal coming from the GDPR regulation that key policies don't need to be market building policies. They can be introduced even though they are sometimes criticized as the other way around, disrupting a market, but not in the typical economic sense of creative destruction, but in the sense that they are introducing barriers to pure market forces, barriers introduced to defend human rights. We think this was a very important moment. By the way, sort of this trend continues under the new commission, but I want to stop for a moment in 2019, where together with another organization called the Commons Network, we convened a process to develop a vision that ultimately was called the Vision for a Shared Digital Europe. At that time, we were, to say it bluntly, very tired of the digital single market frame. We saw that there's a new commission on the horizon, and we felt there's a need to propose a different frame, because it's at the level of these frames that ultimately policies are shaped. And this was an effort joined by representatives of around 20 different organizations and institutions from all across Europe, and with very varied perspective, that ultimately proposed 4 principles for such a shared digital Europe. And these are: enable self-determination, cultivate the commons, decentralize infrastructure, and empower public institutions. I don't really have the time to go into details of these principles, but I imagine that for participants of this workshop, they are probably self-explanatory. And you can also find them on the Shared Digital Europe webpage. And we think these general principles can be applied to almost any sphere of digital policymaking in Europe. And in particular, we should keep them in mind when thinking about how to regulate AI. And this is a certain shift in thinking, right? When we introduce such principles, which are basically social principles, then we can ask question, how does a certain technology, how does the use of a certain technology fulfill a societal goal, instead of just having, for instance, a policy that aims to grow use of a given technology, which, to be honest, is still a case in Europe. If you look at the latest digital compass communication and its quantitative measures that are proposed as so-called cardinal goals for the next decade of European digital growth, you'll basically see these are targets that say more of a technology is good, more of the use of a technology is good. To this we say the compass needs to be pointed not just towards growth, but towards certain societal goals. Now coming to the current sort of policy making phase under the new commission, we can say that the first phase, the digital single market strategy as this dominant framework, is still present in Commission's thinking, but the narratives are really changing. There's what some legal theorists call a digital constitutionalist turn. I think it's a very interesting idea that tries to provide a conceptual framework for understanding the big policy package that is being introduced by the current Commission. Luciano Floridi says that it's a shift from supporting digital innovation to governing the digital. I think it's a very strong idea that very well defines a lot of the policy-making ambitions today, but we think that still is not enough, because it's an idea that very heavily focuses on protecting human rights. That's the constitutionalist part, right? That's what constitutions do in a society. It's a very important effort, but it's not enough. I think this is a point to some extent made earlier by Natalie Herberger, and I agree here a lot. So for instance, we cannot just defend freedoms, we cannot just reduce harms. So what do we need? Our argument, going back to the Shared Digital Europe vision, is that we need to think about digital public space or the digital commons, and that we need to build policies that ultimately have this focal point, have this grand vision to which we can refer all policymaking efforts. So shifting from this broad perspective to the issue of AI regulation, I think we basically need to ask, where is the AI in the current digital environment? And we're asking this question because we're distrustful of a lot of the framings of how AI technologies, or we would probably prefer to use terms like machine learning technologies, algorithms, algorithmic decision-making systems, how these technologies are sort of perceived in the society and then regulated. I want to give just one sort of light anecdotal case, which I found by accident yesterday. This is news from the world of card games, that a quite popular card game, Keyforge, is put on hiatus because it has a broken algorithm. This is a very 2020s news. You can say this is a news from a marginal world of gamers. It's also a pretty big gaming industry that's dependent on this algorithm. This is a novel game where basically each deck you buy in a store is algorithmically selected. Each one is unique. This is something you can only do if you use algorithms to select the cards. You cannot just simply do it randomly. And apparently their algorithm broke, but tellingly the company won't tell us more. So this is, I would stay very telling, not only that we can find algorithms in very mundane aspects of our life, but also in even such a simple case, they are shrouded behind the veil of secrecy. They are black boxes. This is for us an important perspective that we don't want to talk about the AI and AI technology. I want to give one more sort of broader perspective and a quote from Ursula Le Guin, who's not just a science fiction writer, but I think an important thinker about technology. She wrote a very beautiful essay called The Carrier Bag Theory of Fiction, where she sort of criticizes narratives that are focused on heroes. She says that in a typical story, if you want action, you need to find a hero, and suddenly everything focuses on the hero. It becomes a tale of the hero. And then she goes on to say, that's why I like novels. They are not stories of heroes, but about people. And I hope this analogy is clear. I think a lot of thinking about AI regulation sees AI as a hero, while we would say, let's look at the people using this technology. This technology becomes a lot less grand, and this refocusing is very much needed. So based on this thinking, how should we approach the future of European AI regulation? So I think we can all agree that AI is a cross-cutting generative technology which requires a complex regulation and policy model. Fortunately enough, as I already said, this complex policy model is being introduced, and I really appreciated, I will mention this again, Natalie Herberger's analysis of the AI Act, because she immediately showed how you need to look, for example, at the other parts of this broad policy program, for instance, at the Digital Services Act, at Digital Governance Act, to find aspects of that would also fit within AI, within the concept of AI regulation, but which are not really visible in the Act itself. The Act itself, as we all know, is relatively narrow, focuses on mitigating harm of high-risk, so-called high-risk AI solutions. And for the non-high-risk, leaves us with relatively vague ideas like ethics or code of conducts. So basically, I would say to finish this this part of our presentation that we're still dealing with the challenge of hype. I like the part in Natalie's presentation where she said that some of the high risk or unacceptable risk scenarios described in the draft regulation are so fantastic that they are basically unprobable. So of course we want regulation that is future-proof, but that goes beyond future-proof, that becomes regulation of hype. How do we avoid that? We think it's really important to look at real use case scenarios where the term AI might not even be mentioned, but which nevertheless are cases where we are shaping how these systems, these complex systems, are regulated. And I think this is a good moment for me to stop sharing my slides and ask Paul to jump in and talk about the case of the Article 17 in the Copyright Directive. Let me just figure out how do I stop this. Here.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so maybe to bridge the time, a little bit of introduction. Alec already introduced, of course, our organization and himself and me. Like I must somewhere note that somewhere on one of the web pages announcing this event, I was titled to be a professor, which I am not. I am a political scientist by training, who ended up doing lots of law-related things, currently focusing mainly on copyright issues. And as Alec and we need to go to the, this is not the first slide, Alec, that you're showing now. Now you get a reverse, and that is, no, one more. That's an old one. Like, yeah. So, no, the AI and copyright slide. Okay, so our idea here was to have a very smooth transaction or transition from Alec's presentation to a case study, or at least a couple of thoughts on a specific case here, which is the use of, or a few reflections on the use of artificial intelligence in the copyright field. And I understand earlier this day, like a lot of the discussion about AI and copyright generally tends to focus on the questions of the copyright status of AI generated output, or we're going to talk a little bit about input data, what the copyright status of input data for AI has in terms of consequences, Alec's second case study. And a lot of it also when people think about AI and the copyright in the Digital Single Market Directive, tends to address what's called in the directive text and data mining, which has some overlap with AI, but probably not. And I understand that this has also been extensively discussed here earlier this morning. What I want to talk about is to talk about AI in the context of content moderation. And then Alec, can you go to the next slide? So yeah, no, like, okay, there's no work as a tool for content moderation, and then specifically in the context where it's about content regulation for content moderation for copyright cases. And if you go to the next slide, and the next one, this is really not working very well. I think I'll just stick to presenting and not focus on the slides. So AI in the context of content moderation, which is Article 17 of the Copyright in the Digital Single Market Directive. And most of you who've paid any attention to digital policy making in the EU area in the last 5 years will probably have noticed that the Copyright Directive was a hugely controversial policy file of the last parliamentary period. It was adopted towards the very end in 2019, and most of this controversy ranged around what was during the discussion of the directive called Article 13, but which has at the end been renumbered and is now commonly known as Article 17. And Article 17 has been branded by the opponents of Article 17 as a article which introduces upload filters. And in this context of upload filtering and content moderation, also elements of a discussion of AI as a policy tool or a tool for policy change came up. Right, and what we've observed here is probably more of a specific case of a more general phenomenon, and it is something like, I think, this hype element that Alec just presented, where artificial intelligence is presented as a sort of joker to make the case that certain things are in fact possible, whereas they may or may not be possible, right? Like where questions arise about the feasibility of something, the technological feasibility of something, over the last couple of years, often AI has become this kind of like black box joker argument, which says, yes, it will be possible because of AI. We can't really explain. It's a field that is a lot in development, and therefore just trust us. What we're proposing here is in fact a sensible policy argument. Right, and we have now the luxury of being able to look back at this process and see how this actually worked in the context of the copyright directive. So we've seen this play very much out in the context of the discussion about Article 17 at that time, where one of the core arguments or let's go back one step and say, like, which introduces a new liability regime for platforms that allow users to upload and share content. So user-generated content platforms, the most prominent of which being maybe YouTube, and makes these platforms liable for the copyright infringements committed by their users, unless they obtain licenses, or where they cannot obtain licenses, where they commit to filtering out materials which rights holders do not want to appear on these platforms. And in this filtering out, this mandatory upload filters introduced by this provision have been that controversial part. And one of the arguments of the side criticizing this approach has always been that filters simply cannot distinguish between what's lawful and what's not lawful. And the argument there was always a variant between some people would explicitly point to AI and saying, like, we're seeing this huge development of AI at the moment, and this is going forward very quickly, and so we can assume it will happen soon. Some people would basically make a slightly more guarded argument around it and say, maybe it's currently not possible, but it will be possible. And I think implicitly pointing to the use of AI tools in very many cases. So fast forward from 2019, when the directive was adopted, to a period in the 2 years afterwards, there has been a stakeholder dialogue between different stakeholders, technology companies, rights holders, users representatives, who were put into a room in Brussels when that was still possible by the Commission to figure out a way to make this actually work. And there is a very interesting moment in this stakeholder dialogue when basically in the third meeting of the stakeholder dialogue, all the companies that had pitched these automated content recognition tools as being the solution to this problem walk into the room and give presentations one after another, basically saying, yes, we can recognize things, but we can't tell you if something is lawful or not lawful. This is not something that AI or that our algorithms are even trying to do. That's simply not the state of technology. And so this is where a lot of the arguments in favor of this article break down, because like the technological feasibility is simply not given. And we learn that what a lot of people involved in this policy process either painted as sort of a desirable outcome or at least assumed in there shrinks down quite enormously. It's quite clear that in the field of analyzing like media, cultural artifacts being uploaded, computer technology is good enough, and this is not artificial intelligence. What we're talking about of recognizing, do pattern matching against existing reference files, right? Like this is not artificial intelligence by any means, but that none of the vendors who paraded during that meeting, and it was like 6 vendors of technology who came along, were even able to make a promise that their technology could do a relatively simple thing, such as recognizing quotes, right? Like, so one of the key elements of this this compromise was being struck. Like, yes, platforms needed to take down content that rights holders wanted to take down, but they could not take legal content down if it was a quotation or a parody. Let's assume that parodies are relatively difficult to detect for human beings. But quotations are something that most people who have a habit of working with text or with other media are relatively good at recognizing just based on the context of something. And none of the vendors comes in and says, like, we haven't even tried this. Like, this is simply not. We're context blind, right? And so here is like a real warning. This is probably, again, one of these elements of the hype, that even very simple human tasks like the context recognition, placing content in context, by context, I'm not meaning like recognizing a cat in an image with a background around it, but like recognizing the context of the use of this media, the context of cultural exchange, the context of exchange, like seems to be very far off. So you can question if there's any meaningful artificial intelligence around in this sector anyway. So what does this mean us for, or what does this tell us for a world where essentially more and more people believe that we're heading for a world where a lot of our cultural exchanges, transactions are governed by machine rules, right? Like where actually algorithms makes determinations in the field of content moderation. They can somehow protect us magically from the bad and somehow preserve the good and fundamental rights and such, right? Like, and this is maybe like 20 years ago, this idea that code can be law, where Lawrence Lessig postulated that code actually is law. But what does this mean when nobody has an understanding of what code actually is and how code actually works? And if we're in a field where nobody is willing to show or demonstrate how code works, but still there's an assumption made that somehow we can delegate parts of the finding different legal balances between fundamental rights to machines to make ad hoc automated decisions, right? Like, this is posing a problem where this belief, which I think Alec also talked about, that AI and technology generally can solve more and more of these problems that occur on large scale, can help us. And I think where we go here is we must realize we must make we need a different approach, right? Policymakers cannot wish into place technologies that somehow meaningfully resolve these conflicts of different rights. Instead, in this, what some people have called the machine-to-machine future, people in the Commission have been talking about this, the copyright directive being like a first example of testing out regulation in this machine-to-machine future. We need to find, and this is like really based on this one case study, but like there is a number of preconditions that we can formulate for successful policy making there. And Alec, if you can move forward on those slides one more. There's like really policymakers should really or policy as a tool must be limited to defining desired outputs, right? Like it cannot wish into place technologies and say we want to achieve X by this technology, and we assume that this works. And maybe the most important thing here is about transparency of input data. Like a lot of these discussions were made, in fact, the entire discussion about the problems to be addressed about Article 17 were made while the technology companies on the one side and the rights holders on the other hand were the only one who actually had reliable data about this, the scale of the problem, the quality of the technology in use. All of it was like hidden behind confidentiality agreements, commercial confidentiality, and other arrangements. And policymakers were basically being nudged to make policy and to make definitions in the dark. And then the one thing that we can maybe learn is like, as we see as the European Court of Justice at the moment is trying to tackle with this kind of complex matter of Article 17 here, is that one of the ways of making sense is establish very clear hierarchies of outcomes, right? Like if something is about balancing of interest, then it needs to be clear what needs to happen if something is not possible, what type of outcome, what type of rights take precedence of others. And that is something that we're seeing slowly fall into place in the discussion about Article 17. And then obviously, and we're not there yet, like nobody actually has any idea how this will work out in practice, because like bringing this ensemble of the rules around Article 17 into practice again happens in complete secrecy. Like we know that fairly recently, for example, YouTube made again changes to like how their content recognition algorithm works on the back end. They'll publish relatively brief blog posts about that, indicating that the European new copyright rules require them to do this, and there's absolutely no a sight on what is actually happening and what the conditions are. One thing, and maybe that's the irony of this entire discussion, last slide first, is since we had this idea, like a lot of the opponents of Article 17 always like depicted like these upload filters as little robots, right? Like the EFF had like a very nice illustration where the robots were operating and filtering out the content. But now that we know that the robots actually are not capable of this entire discussion in Article 17 may very well lead to more use of human intelligence. Like they are still bound by the obligations that have been defined. And one way of making sure that all these kind of controversial cases get adjudicated at the moment, with artificial intelligence or like computer technology as a whole not being able to do this, is probably that there will be even more human content moderators who will need to look at complicated EU copyright law problems, probably from countries afar. Okay, so much about copyright, like it's a bit of an excursion, and back to Alec for, I think, our last case study.
Thanks, Paul. How are we doing with time? We probably need to wrap up soon, right?
Yes, ideally would be good so that we can still have some minutes left for the questions. Please don't hesitate to put your question in the chat. I don't see many questions at the moment, so if you have a few minutes to wrap up, that's fine too.
So maybe I'll give mainly a vignette of the AI Commons case, which differs. Paul's case has by now years sort of experience. This one we're still exploring. But I also want to say, Paul, at the end you said that this is sort of an excursion into copyright. And I think this is part of the challenge that in the end, it's easier to think, the sort of overused term silos, but these are really silos for practical reasons because these are complex issues. But I think, for instance, AI researchers and AI policymakers don't really maybe often have even time to look at what happens in copyright, but as we tried to frame it earlier, it is all connected and you can find really relevant insights into how to shape AI in this debate that is supposedly not about AI, but about copyright and creativity and funding creators and so on. So I think this just proves the complexity. For the AI Commons case, maybe I will just signal what we are trying to do. It's a very different case, though also with the history. I think in 2018 or 19, the New York Times published a story, so it made it into mainstream media, that there's this problem that photos that are openly available on Flickr, photos of people, of their faces, are being used by companies, in that case it was IBM, to train AI. And this was a case that was really recognized, and you can even find it in a lot of literature and on AI as this really, or also on data governance, on privacy. There's a clear sense there's something in this case, but since by now 3 or maybe even more years, this case really hasn't been addressed. For us, it's a very relevant case for several reasons. First of all, because it's an interesting case of what was discussed in this meeting of basically self-regulation, of very broadly understood governance. It is not necessarily a case that requires a policy intervention, but it is a case where everyone feels that something should be done about this. Secondly, it's an interesting case because it's a case of impact of these new technologies on an existing environment. It's still a relatively new environment. The idea of open sharing of content is 20 years old. So it's a novel environment that still develops its practices, its norms, its technologies, its legal infrastructure like the Creative Commons licenses, but it suddenly needs to deal with a new situation. It's an unforeseen situation where suddenly you have unexpected consequences. They're especially relevant if you're dealing with this idea that people are sharing content with some idea how it will be used, and therefore are willing to give very permissive licenses. And the third reason why this is relevant is obviously because it's a case where issues around creativity, content management, interact or maybe even clash with issues related to personal data protection, privacy. And for this reason, we chose this case because I think it spells a lot of the challenges that the broader, we can call it for the purpose of this workshop, media environment will face, for example, where more and more often these privacy issues have to be tackled. We are here dealing with a specific kind of photographs, but this general issue of faces, I think, is becoming very relevant. We see it in the deepfake debate, in a lot of the synthetic media debate. So for us, this is a focal point. It is a case we are still developing. So since we don't have a lot of time, maybe I will stop here. We will be sharing in about a month a white paper on this case and organizing a series of meetings to understand it better and together search for solutions. So if this is interesting for your community, your network, I would be very glad if you simply get in touch, and we'll be happy to work on this case together. And just to wrap up our talk, I want to make a last point. As you probably noticed, we talked both about high-level ideas and about very specific cases, and there's clearly something missing in the middle, and I want to make an argument that this is not something that we omitted from our talk, but that this is our general challenge. We are, as I said earlier, facing a really complex system and complex technologies and a complex regulatory space where I come from with Paul, we have an advocacy perspective. We can clearly say advocates lack this mid-level, I would say, view of the issue, which would connect all these specific areas, specific challenges, specific attempts to regulate into a single theory or model of AI regulation. And I think this is a model that we really need very much. I'm very moved by the case that Matthias from Algorithm Watch presented, because it's for me a very important thing, access to research data. Our organization, by the way, signed this open letter, but at the same time, I think that it's a very, in the end, small piece of regulation, and we need a lot more to regulate this space. So we are dealing with the challenge that we need to focus on such a single ask. We don't even know if we will succeed, because there is a lot of pressure against this public interest provision. Well, there is a sense that we need a lot more. I hope we'll together tackle this challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both of you for this very insightful and fruitful contribution. That was really, really interesting. And indeed, there's definitely a lot more work to conduct in this area for the future. So we'll stay in touch, obviously, to work on these challenges. So I see in the chat that there's just one question more. So from Yanis, is it possible to identify most critical areas for AI application which need to be regulated? For instance, health, law, disinformation. So Yanis, maybe you want to expand a bit on your question, or is it directed to or speakers from Open Future, or is it a more general question?
Yes, maybe more for the last speakers, but I guess open to anyone. I know that it's not an easy question, but maybe there can be some kind of prioritization, or we can identify some more critical aspects for specific areas. It is more a question to maybe have a discussion on specific areas.
So I can start, but it does sound like a question to which a lot of people might have varied responses, because I think it really depends on perspective, and this sort of has to deal with how widespread the deployment of these technologies is. But sort of from the perspective of our work, of these issues you mentioned here, I would say disinformation is crucial, though I probably wouldn't use that term, because I think when we say public space, we're looking sort of at the positive vision, which critically is described as the challenge with disinformation. The reason I think it's crucial, and I think because a lot of the challenges with disinformation have to do with the shift in how the digital environment functions because of broadly understood algorithmic filtering. And all the other algorithmic processes. I think this was really this huge change that happened. Now I start to think whether I can pinpoint the time, but maybe that's not crucial with the current generation of, for instance, social networks, where in a way this environment became smart for good and bad. It became smart, and this is basically why the Article 17 case that Paul works with for us is a broader case of this, let's call it machine-to-machine world. Because again, I think we should connect a lot more dots when we say disinformation. There's very quickly talk about geopolitics, for instance, about I think this level of disinformation. I think we need a much more broader theory of what's the problem with this algorithmic impact on the digital space, on the digital communication space. I would also say that from the perspective of your project, if I understand correctly, or focus on the media sphere, I would say this is very important.
Yeah, many thanks for your reply. So I see in the chat that Frederick replied media for most critical areas for AI application. Do you want to expand on this, Frederick? Yeah, go ahead.
Instead of Yeah, do you hear me? Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of disinformation, I would put media at a larger scale because they are more than just information sharing or providing issues with media. We see it. I mean, it's the question of the colleague from RAI just before the presentation from the colleague from RAI is also what kind of content we develop. So if you use an AI to generate new data, new media, you also have to think of what this media has as internal bias, for example, or so it's not only, it can be also for entertainment. What are the media that we when we use AI for generating media for entertainment, content for entertainment, then we have to think about what is produced, what is made. There's a lot of efforts, and I know that Lucille here in AAAI has a huge national project on gender equities in the movies and TV series, and how the male gaze and female gaze for content providing. So I think I would complete the list of Yanis with health, law, and instead of disinformation, media at large. And that's the reason why that's what I wanted to stress in the talk I was giving. That is, we should start to focus on this on the media scale at large. Yes.
All right, many thanks. And indeed, so media, we've seen this with the talk of Natalie, and she just posted something in the chat. Media is not well represented in the AI Act, for instance, the high risk list. And indeed, the AI proposal at the moment, the Commission makes an attempt to prioritize certain area, including public sector, justice, public services, police. And she points, indeed, the tricky question is who should decide what should be categorized as a high risk based on which criteria and which procedures. So indeed, that's a very interesting question, as a lot of different stakeholders have different views and opinion on certain sectors because they're sometimes more familiar with the challenges that it raises. So indeed, one of the things we also observed when analyzing this proposal is the absence of the media sector. Also, other sectors might think the same, and it's also because we have our own bias that we are focused on this sector ourselves. But it indeed contains numerous challenges, given the fact that the place social media and online media have taken in shaping the public debate today. And so many people are using and consuming news online, and all the AI systems have a considerable impact on that. And several studies show that. On the other hand, a Council of Europe study show how transversal and horizontal AI systems have an impact on all of fundamental rights. So this is a silo approach needed, but also a horizontal approach needed to a bit ping pong of what Open Future colleagues have said. Someone else would like to have a say. Lydia, can you maybe say that loud? Oh, we cannot hear you. You're muted. Lydia, you're muted. I don't know if she can hear us.
Yes, now.
Perfect.
I just have a quick question to Paul and Alec, because I know you took a part in the consultations to the Data Act. So I'm just wondering on your views on the creation of new data rights, especially the data producers' rights, as was once discussed in the context of AI Commons. What are your views on that? Would that be a solution to create a right in the machine-generated data? Is it necessary or not at all?
Paul, you look like you want to respond.
I can try. So yeah, we responded to the Data Act, and I think that in general, where we come from, we are extremely skeptical of the expansion of rights or the creation of new rights, right? Like Europe has a failed experiment with creating a new right for expanding the data economy. That's more than 20 years ago. That's the 1996 database directive, which introduced the sui generis right for non-original databases. We've argued very strongly that that should be repealed. The sui generis right in any case, not the entire directive. And we simply do not see the need for additional rights at least in the forms of exclusive intellectual property type rights over data, right? Like there's good reasons for excluding factual information from the scope of copyright and copyright-like protection. And the mere idea, there seems to be this assumption, and I mean, that was proven to not be the case by the database directive in some case, like you just don't unlock something by generating rights over it, right? Like it has, the database directive shows at best it had no impact, or at least no measurable impact, and it may have just made certain things worse. So we really hope that the Data Act, the final proposal, will not go down this route. And if it does, I think we and many organizations that we work with will also try to stop that from happening.
Okay, I see that it is time. So if there are no other questions, I would like to sincerely thank you all for tuning in today and for attending this workshop. On behalf of AI4Media, many, many thanks. And I'm sure we will continue these fruitful discussions in the future, because indeed there's still a lot of work to conduct in this area. So definitely some further collaboration or joint discussion on this topic. Many, many thanks.
Thank you to all the speakers and for all these who helped with organizing the workshop. So our colleagues from University of Amsterdam, Tobias, Anna, and also from Nice, Rasa, and Pilaretti, Yanis, and Filaretti from SERF. Thank you all very much, and thank you, Noemi, for moderating the second part of the workshop.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Excellent organization, moderation, and talks. It has been very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yanis.
Thank you.
See you very soon. Have a nice afternoon, everybody. Thank you.